and doing dishes. Baby, what you need, I handle business. He called me an old soul, but little do we know that everybody doesn't get this treatment. Somebody made me want completeness. Being truly love really hit different. Cause I see him working hard for me. So whatever he needs, I'll be. Freak in the morning while you can. I'll be. Zeus in the evening if you can. Tough by your decisions, I trust. Cause you only want the best for us, baby. I'll be. Free on the weekend when we I'll be. Lover on call, boy.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be in this place we call Earth. Hope everyone's having a good one so far. I hope you guys are also having a good Wednesday. This is day 2 of streaming chapter 31 and then getting to the wedding story and then getting to the DMC collab. I am your host, Papa P1. Good to have you all here. I hope you guys, again, are having a good one so far. Today was pretty good, not terrible. I have to go back to the eye doctors, unfortunately, to go get my contacts prescribed or to get fitted for contacts. But I did get my glasses, which is nice. So they should be in pretty soon. Very excited to have those. And I really like the glasses that I bought this time. I think they fit my face pretty well. And I believe they should do pretty well, and I'm going to try my best not to fucking make them dirty or like scratch the fuck up like these ones. But I'm excited to have those there. And then contacts, I bought the contacts from online only for me to realize that I needed to get fitted for contacts before I could even attempt to get contacts. So I spent a pretty penny there, and I'm hopefully going to be able to get reimbursed on that, so that way I can get my money back and then go that way. So kind of an oof that I didn't get my contacts, but you know what? It is what it is. You just roll with the punches and you move on with it. So, but I'm hoping we're able to clear this chapter today, or at least get close to it today. We already have a bot on kick, which is fucking wild. Right off the bat. Absolutely insane. We're gonna get that out of the way. We're at 15 followers on Kick now, which is fucking crazy. Very grateful for that. We're very slowly making our way up in the Kick world. Very excited for that. Danny, hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome. Hope you're having a good night or early morning for you. And Patrick, hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Hope you guys are having a good one so far. Good luck getting fitted. Absolute pain in the ass. It's not terrible for me. I have no problem putting contacts in my eyes. I had them back in high school. I had them back in middle school going into high school. So I'm used to putting a contact in my eye like that. The only fucking issue is that they are a pain in the ass when they get fucking lodged behind your eye. That's a kind of a shit show. But I learned recently that if you take like one of those little baby little turkey basers, but like for a baby to get their nose clogged, to unclog their nose, I heard if you take that and do it, that gets it out. So that'll be pretty cool if that ever happens. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get straight into this chapter. Like I said, I'm hoping to try to get it done tonight. We're going to attempt to get it done tonight. Hopefully the pacing's really good. Hopefully the pacing is really easy, really nice, so that way we're very set up nicely for Thursday, and then we should hopefully have that done Thursday, and then we go straight into the wedding coding should take one stream, and then Saturday will be the DMC story, and I am hoping that it's still up by the time I'm done. Let me double check. We're gonna look together. We have 7 days. So let's see. We have a week from now. We'll be able to hopefully get it done. We'll be able to hopefully get it done this time. So I think that's the plan. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get into this chapter. I'm gonna mute the music really quick, and then we're gonna get right on into this. Also, I'm not gonna lie, if my reading is very butchered and slotched, it's because they had to dilate my eyes. So my eyes are still technically kind of recovering right now. So if my wording or if the reading is off and I'm squinting, that is the reason why. Okay, now that that's all good, unmute and unmute. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue on with this chapter. We are on episode 15, Lost in an Endless Dream. Here we go. Before it all unfolds, here is a secret that Lucia would keep forever hidden. A lie. Ooh, okay. In truth, the moment she entered Constellia, her Pyroth frame received messages from the future. In those glimpses, she saw 9 different endings that would unfold after leaving Constellia. Oh, my eyes. That's why she has remained so quiet all along, deliberately avoided deep mind connection, and constantly checked on the Commandant's well-being through physical touch. The future. At first, she refused to yield to those messages from the future. After meticulous analysis and careful contemplation, Lucia believed that if she could return to her original era before the Inverhedo Tower's complete collapse, none of these 9 futures would come to pass. Yet Agent Zero stoutly opposed this notion. Much like the 74 times rewinds within the tower, looming disasters and shadows persistently entangled them both. Sometimes it was an overwhelming tide of Hedo creatures surging from all directions. Sometimes it was seamlessly harmless traps that enticed them to investigate, only to suddenly spring into action without warning. Open terrain tended to shift and transform into mazes. And those mazes would suddenly collapse with deadly ambushes from all sides. It was as if the tower possessed its own consciousness, actively rejecting all intruders. The only moment of peace came when they approached the Inverhedo Tower's core. Only under that blue radiance would Agent Zero's schemes be momentarily subdued. Agent Zero. With Agent Zero's relentless presence and watchful eyes fixated on Lucia, exploring the tower felt like entering a magic house where its master could alter everything at will, making progress utterly impossible. Even after they left the tower, this curse-like shadow has lingered, insonically pushing her towards those 9 endings. In the first ending, she loses the ability to rewind time and falls victim to Agent Zero. A year subsequent to Constellia succumbing to the Red Tide, the outer layer is breached and the world is ultimately consumed by the Red Tide. In the second ending, chaos takes her place where she is unable to rewind time again, taking away her commandant. What happens after that remains unknown. In the third ending, she gives up on rewinding time and returns to Babylonia with all the intelligence samples from the Inverhedo Tower. However, she is continuously bombarded by chaotic information from various timelines and unknown corruption, ultimately dying the moment she returns to the Inverhedo Tower. In the fourth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the Commandant. However, Agent Zero seizes the Hedo Tower's core during the battle, leaving nothing but a field of corpses, drowning in blood, devoid of any survivors. So there's that one, but what do we gain from that? In the fifth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the Commandant and manages to mount down the Hedo Tower's core before Agent Zero can destroy everything. However, you, as the Commandant, chose to merge with Chaos to compensate for the consequences of the core's removal. In her attempt to stop this, Lucia is hurled into the rift by Vonnegut, and what happens after remains unknown. Okay. In the sixth ending, begins the same, but Agent Zero then finds an opportunity to strike back, dragging everyone into the rift before causing the Hedo Tower to collapse. What happens after remains unknown. In the seventh ending, after the core's meltdown, Lucia seems to spend endless years beside the rift of the Hedo Tower until she finally collapses from exhaustion, dying alone before the rift. That's sad. In the eighth ending, Lucia holds her ground before the rift of the Hedo Tower until the very end, only to be blocked by Vonnegut on her way back. Exhausted from the endless battle, she can no longer fight back and dies outside the Hedo Tower. The ninth ending. She holds on until the final moment, allowing you to safely escape the Hedwell Tower with the Si's core. She bears every possible burden until her body, enveloped by the fog, crumbles into nothingness. What happens after remains unknown. So we're on the 10th now. Across the 9 endings, the world's destiny elucidates, intricately intertwined with that of the Commandant, and yet for her alone, there exists not even a glimmer of hope for survival. This reminds me of like the cat nine lives for a cat. She refused to surrender to these prophetic visions, but here she is, pushed by an invisible force, standing at the crossroads of fate. Should she forcefully rewind time now? None of these cryptid visions reveal a clear path forward, and the road of these fragmented glimpses of tomorrow still need to be discovered step by step. Is there really no other way? Okay. She stands alone before the rift, the place she and the Commandant promised to reach together. Her hands clutches the nearly shattered, unresponsive key as despair and rage threaten to consume her heart. She cannot fall here. She cannot give up now. Among those 9 endings, the only one path hints at a possible solution to save you without destroying the core. I need to take the data back to our original era first. Back there, she still had Babylonia, the other members of Grey Raven, and the Science Council, and Gasalt. With everyone's strength gathered, she will find a way to change things, find a solution, even if it means her inevitable death. I won't give up. Even if I have to break every time that binds us, I will never give up. Hell yeah, Lucia. Crossing the rift, once she steps once more into this unfinished path home. Over the rifts where the red tide gathers, avoiding the anomalies more from the Hedwell Tower's collapse. Past one location after another, each etched with memories of death and suffering until the exit, once just within reach, finally appears once more. I'll be back for you soon, Commandant. Okay. However, at this very moment of crossing the exit of leaving the Hedwell Tower, the world that slowly unfolds before her eyes is nothing but an unfamiliar wasteland. Following the lines traced in streets and alleys, voids fill where light and shadow should be, as the faded scenery is now turned into withered paper. Standing before this inconceivable scene, she is momentarily adrift, losing all senses of direction. What is this place? A space beyond Earth, the fog Vonnegut mentioned, a far too distant future. Or perhaps this is the present shaped by the red tide within Constellia. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Whoa. That was weird. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure we're good here now. That's working. That's working. That's connected. That's connected. That's also connected. Okay. I'm gonna reread that line since I don't know what the fuck was happening there. Since I don't know what happened. So I'm gonna redo the line. Here we go. Thank you, Danny. Thank you. I touched something. I don't know what I touched. I clicked the mic to check something, and I guess when I went to go back, I accidentally clicked something. I'm not entirely sure what I clicked, but oh wow, I think it was my phantom power that I clicked, but we got it back. You were muted for a while, haha, but it's fine. Oh, what the fuck? God damn it. Oh well. Hey, you know what? We're here now. I got it fixed. Let's continue on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Patrick, for looking out for me. So here we go. This is the world devoured by silence, devoid of any living being or energy, as if the third dimension itself had been stripped away, leaving nothing but a desolate blank page. Oh, it's black and white now. In this endless expanse of nothingness, only the head tower behind her remains unaffected. She gazes once again at the crack-covered key in her hand, recalling the intelligence discovered by the Inver head tower in those 9 futures. Too much time has been spent in Constellia that quick and stable ending, once within such easy reach, is now forever closed off. Perhaps only one path remains now, one that could save you and prevent the world from falling into doom. The 9th ending. It will be a relentless struggle, fraught with uncertainty, each step laden with the risk of dragging all into the unfathomable abyss. Even though she steeled herself to bear all consequences alone, the lingering uncertainties and their hidden dangers still weigh heavily on her mind. But I can't wait any longer. Oh, okay. Lucia tightens her grip on her sword's hilt and turns around once more. And so she returns to the Inver head tower. Another grueling journey, she once again finds the agent standing near the blue core at its center. Here we go, I get the voice Vonnegut. Her relentless fury is unleashed into a fierce battle where Lucia seizes Vonnegut's precious key and holds her blade against her throat. As you said, it's time to put an end to this far too long entanglement. She must obtain the time rewinding item from Vonnegut. Before that, Lucia needs to use this opportunity to extract some information. I'm not the one who killed the Commandant. You are one of them. She forces out a near mocking sneer directed at all those trapped in their predicament, herself included. Your plan all along was to have Cradle and me slaughter each other, and you wanted this to separate me from Commandant, so you could carry out your plans without any of my interference. You not interfering with my time rewinding, it was all just to keep Commandant alive long enough to prepare for the fusion, so you could merge Commandant with Chaos. Okay. Her unquenchable grief and rage guide her trembling blade into Chaos's neck, leaving a deep wound. What exactly did you do to the world outside? What did you tell Commandant? Why would Commandant suddenly ask me to help you? If you're referring to those rifts in the red tide outside, those are exactly what I'm trying to prevent. No, I'm talking about the world outside. Why is there nothing left but blank spaces and lines now? What? I'm fucking up his voice, fuck. What did you... Hold on, I'm gonna mute so I can fit this. Okay, I got it. What did you say? You don't know? There's no sign of life out there anymore. Not even scenery. Everything's visible and we've reduced to just outlines. The Inver head tower's collapse is more severe than I estimated. Explain yourself! The blade sinks several millimeters deeper with each furious grind of her teeth. The red tide flows out from the wound like blood, only to dissolve under the influence of the Omega Core. The Inver head tower collapse has caused massive displacement of its exits, even transporting you to another world, another future, one frozen at the brink of doom. Another future? Indeed. Initially, only the bridge was connected to that future. With Agent Zero's continued influence over the Inver head tower, it would be effortless for her to steer you away from your desired destination. don't concern yourself too much with it. That future isn't yours to deal with. All you need to know is that the root cause of these problems lies in both the collapse of the Inverhedo Tower and Agent Zero, namely Cradle. Cradle must destroy the Inverhedo Tower to counter the rewritten core. That's the exact reason I am remaining here, to prevent Cradle from taking any further actions. You must have already noticed two things: my hostile relationship with her, and how the Hetero Tower exits lead the wrong timelines. Lucia has indeed noticed them long ago. At the final destination within the Inverhedo Tower lies the convergence of rifts in the Red Tide. Looks like this is the node we discovered earlier. Alright, I'll start gathering the data. She leaned forward, using Pyrorath's power to transfer the data absorbed from the punishing through the Omega Core into the drone, reconstructing it as a holographic projection. Oh boy. Just as I thought, it's them. When you escaped through that exit, did you reach the correct time? The doll bound within the egg-like chamber responded only with silence. Do you still think that that was also my doing? I have but one goal: to make you become Agent Zero. As long as the Agent Zero doesn't steal your will, you're free to use your obtained authority however you wish. Vonnegut's projected figure knelt by the Red Tide where the rifts converged, tossing fragments of unknown composition into its depths. We'll establish a new interference point here. Though the corruption process will be lengthy, it's stable and secure enough. If this method fails, we'll have no choice but to take the riskier path. The more she uses the Red Tide, the more easily she'll consume this information, making the chains of humanity bind with her further. When her attention is diverted by trivial matters and insignificant desires, the destruction of the Inverhedo Tower will slow down as well. Oh, dude, I really like his voice. I like how I voice him. Besides those messages sent to the past, most of what we found points to this. Vonnegut is interfering with the Red Tide. Maybe he's trying to stall Agent Zero? When he mentioned taking the riskier path, could he be referring to having you merge with that humanoid hetero creature? Maybe, but there's something else that bothers me more. What did he mean by reach the correct time? Could he be talking about sending messages to other times, or the time one ends up after leaving the tower? There's a record we found earlier where Vonnegut said, before the core, if the Inverhedo Tower continues to get destroyed like this, the times it can interfere with will become chaotic. I mean, it's possible. If that's the case, it will affect us as well. Should we head back first? Yeah. Whether it's running tests or gathering data, we've been in the Inverhedo Tower long enough. Let's record this information and take some more samples of the Red Tide. We still don't know what exactly he tossed in here. It couldn't just be salt, right? Let's bring these back for Asimov to analyze. I will. As the two of you work together on another round of searching and precise sampling, the key in the human's hand suddenly begins to vibrate violently. The key vibrates with such intensity that it becomes impossible to hold, falling into the Red Tide and sending crimson droplets splashing into the air. Countless crimson threads merge from it, wrapping around the key like a cocoon. Lucia dashes forward, using Pyrorath's immunity to punishing to retrieve the key, now saturated with the potent dose of the punishing virus. Looks like the key has absorbed some kind of information. With a humming sound, the key finished absorbing the crimson threads and returned to its quiet state. Let's connect the key to the terminal and see what happens. I will. Garbled text? It might be more complex punishing language beyond the terminal's interpretation capabilities. Let's bring it back and save the headache for Asimov to deal with. We're just gonna be like, here you go, Asimov. I will. Oh, and you should keep holding on to the key from here on. Something so important and safer in your hands. I found out you've been using the Red Tide corrupted cradle, so why do you still want the Commandant to merge with Chaos?
It's too late. The Inverheadal Tower is being destroyed at an alarming rate.
It seems not everything goes according to plans after all.
There have always been many things that don't go my way. I've simply made it seem like they never happened through Time Rewind.
But I did notice the existence of the fruit at the place where I first found Commandant, and in fact, it's proven effective. Cradle could no longer submerge all of Constellia. However, you still haven't given up on your plan to merge Commandant with Chaos, nor have you killed Cradle. What exactly are you hesitating about?
You've had numerous clashes with Agent Zero's vessel, so you must have noticed that she cannot be killed within the tower's bounds. However, her vessel, Cradle, has a weakness.
Vonnegut turns to look at the blue core behind him.
It's right here. She will die if she comes near the blue core.
But you never followed through. You've been holding back all this time. I even had a suspicion that you when you pushed me, Commandant and her out of the Inverheadal Tower, it was more about protecting her than whatever excuse you gave about showing off something in the fog.
In Constellia, it'd be easier to detect each other's positions and to see exactly what she's doing. More importantly, Agent Zero won't vanish even if their vessel dies. To put it simply, Agent Zero is like a commandant in Babylonia. It's a position of authority and office currently held by Cradle.
Really? Okay.
If the current holder dies, the position will be transferred to the next vessel capable of bearing the duty. In this competition, chaos conditions lack the strength necessary to excel. It is unlikely that she will be the next vessel to hold Agent Zero. Should this position be assumed by an unfamiliar entity, unfathomable to both humanity and myself, and given that we both have explored all viable options here, the future of this world will become just like the other world you've witnessed.
That world stripped of everything. Or like the world showed in the messages from the future, one without the Commandant or a single trace of humanity.
Even if we can't find a more suitable vessel than the incomplete chaos to assume Agent Zero's role, and we end up believing everything to her, her consciousness would struggle to cope. Gradually, she would lose herself, becoming just like the current Cradle, whose every action serves only Agent Zero's mission. That's why I need that Commandant's own consciousness to complete her.
So because the hetero creature isn't good enough, you're gonna take Commandant's life to complete hers?
This, above all else, is something Lucia can never accept.
This is to prevent the catastrophe that Agent Zero would bring.
What really happened back then? Did Commandant decide to help you because you were given the same explanation?
That person only agreed to help after seeing how the Inverheadal Tower's destruction led to a reality even more brutal than the fate of Constellia. But you wouldn't believe me or that either, would you?
Vonnegut turns to Chaos, who has witnessed everything from the beginning.
Both you and Luna are agents. Why can't either of you take Agent Zero's place?
If humans didn't realize the contaminating metric, Luna might still have achieved that through destruction. The current Luna, however, not only cannot take Agent Zero's place, but it is also barred from entering the tower altogether.
We want to do that.
I tried to return to the past and give her a hint, asking her to destroy part of her soul before everything began to prevent Agent Zero from showing up entirely. But that would only drag her into conflict with Babylonia. I presume you've made the comparable attempts within the tower. None proved successful, and eventually you had to take the same action as I did, halting transmission of messages.
Commandant mentioned you appeared before Luna when the Inverhedo Tower. What was that about?
Let those tell me you just left, yet here you are. What's the matter? Forgot something?
I sure do.
When Vonnegut appeared that day, he seemed deep in thought, as if he had already begun to act before finishing his contemplation. Forget something? Forgot something? Or what was that information from the Inverhedo Tower?
Both are correct.
Vonnegut looks at Chaos. Her conscience is still too fragile to be used, leaving unsaid what or whom he had forgotten.
After entering the Inverhedo Tower, I have spent far more time here than you. During this time, I've been trying to prevent Agent Zero from inciting uncontrollable turmoil further, while also attempting to persuade the uncooperative Chaos. Unfortunately, my efforts have yielded little fruit. You've all seen the consequences of these events. The Inverhedo Tower has begun to expand rapidly.
And now you claim that we're trying to prevent a catastrophe?
What I'm trying to prevent is things becoming uncontrollable.
Vonnegut emphasizes the final words with a particular weight.
I won't deny my actions or the problems I have caused, nor will I justify the death and chaos as necessary sacrifices to prevent a greater catastrophe. I have my own future, my own desires, and on that path to that future, those uncontrollable things stand as my obstacles.
What exactly is your vision?
I wish to manipulate time without the Inverhedo Tower's constraints. With greater freedom for this, Chaos must take over Agent Zero's power and help me pass through the gateway completely. Meanwhile, I cannot allow Agent Zero to fulfill her mission. She would bring the problem from that other future, the world you witnessed right here. While I have the resources to extricate myself from the repercussions of her accomplished mission, I absolutely refuse to permit her triumphant regard this as a personal vendetta between Agent Zero and myself. For these two purposes, I have been screening, experimenting, and searching to create someone capable of assuming Agent Zero's position and aiding me in thwarting her mission's fulfillment. Is this explanation clear enough for you, Lucia?
Damn, that's crazy. So he wants to get to the gateway completely. And this is a personal vendetta between Agent Zero and him. So him and Agent Zero go way, way back then. Agent Zero came for the mission, which, you know, collapsed the tower. And now we're here. Okay.
Release Chaos and make a deal with me instead. There are too many unresolved issues in this tower.
So that's it. She found it. At this moment, these words from Vonnegut mark the turning point leading to the ninth ending. If she could obtain from Vonnegut an item that allows her to rewind time again, there may be a chance to ensure the Commandant's safety. So, okay, are we dead right now, or are we just kind of missing? If fortune smiles upon her and everything goes as planned, every second during the long-standing struggle struggle can be dictated to where it truly counts. Then she can finally understand her wish to protect everything and everyone she holds dear. And when the time and the end comes, face death without regret.
Having Chaos become Agent Zero is the only way to resolve this catastrophe. I harbor no desire to witness the death of that Commandant either. As for you, even if you kill both Chaos and me here, it won't solve anything. Without assistance, you won't even be able to navigate back to your own time.
And your leverage is? In response to Lucia's deliberate question, the agent in black produces a particular looking terminal.
Your key is unusable because it has lost its operating energy, but the Omega core in your frame, it originates from the same source as Chaos. Of this, I am absolutely certain. Connect your frame to this terminal, and the key will be operational again.
Lucia responds with her silence, waiting for the agent before her to reveal the price of using it.
It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will be eventually exceeding your limits.
This is your real intention, isn't it? You've always wanted me to die first in those clashes so you could take Commandant away alone, but it never went as you wished. Vonnegut remains non-committal.
Do you have any other choice?
With her blade at Chaos' throat, she approaches Vonnegut step by step. Only after taking the terminal from his hand does she release Chaos.
Chaos, help her return to her original time and location. Performing a direct time rewind here will only increase the deviation.
Before I leave, I have one last question for you. Vonnegut, your explanations have been empathizing the catastrophe brought by Cradle and Chaos' critical role in subduing and replacing her, yet you never mentioned your part. What role are you playing? A spectator? A benefit reaper? What part do you really play in rewriting these disasters?
Are you going to end up in the same place again, Lucia? You ended up the same place again, Lucia.
What the hell? Her memories come rushing back to that fruitless battle. Oh, okay, so this is like another timeline. Through countless returns and the beginning of relentless attrition, she finally forced Vonnegut to deploy abilities beyond his force field.
Killing me won't change anything. It will only reduce the assistance you can receive in the present.
Indeed, killing you won't change anything until Agent Zero is dealt with.
The Commandant has made a decision. You should accept the outcome as it is.
But I remember everything that happened along the way. I know your guidance is filled with deception. The sacrifices you demand won't solve everything.
In that case, I look forward to seeing you find a more perfect answer for those you care about.
I will. And when that time comes... No. As soon as Agent Zero is dead, I'm coming to kill you. Shit! Hey, she means business if that's the case. It's from the cinematic. Oh, okay. Hey, we get to start as me! Yes, sirski! And we have the power armor. Awakening from a blinding light, Lucia finds herself back in the underground tunnel of Constellia. Nearby, the petite doll is intently operating a device almost as tall as herself. What are you doing? She silently points to the force field at the room's edge, beyond which numerous Hedgehog creatures roam. Is this device generating a force field? Wasn't it something Vonnegut created? The doll shakes her head, then nods. What do you mean? Are you trying to say not just that? She nods, keeping her head down in silence. This is a contingency measure? She nods again. Can't you just speak? This is frustrating. Lucia can't hide the irritation between her brows. Net, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Hope you're having a good one so far. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here. Finally made it. Shamron won't be able to show up when the stream started. Oh, you're good. Hey, you're here now. You're here now. That's all that matters. You know, I always say there's perfect timing. So you're in perfect time. We just started this episode. You didn't miss much. We just learned about what Vonnegut really wants to do. He wants to help Lucia get to the correct timeline, though he also has a part to play that we don't know yet. But we get to play as me, though, in this episode, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on. BPL 01. Except for matters concerning your commandant, I have nothing to say to you. BPL 01. I feel like we've heard that writing before. At the mention of the frame number she shares with Alpha, Lucia lets out a cold, derisive laugh. Ah, okay. Fine. Then tell me. Lucia tightens her grip on her pyro katana and takes a menacing step toward the hetero creature's fragile figure. It's just a frame code. Oh, yeah, I was just saying. And once she said frame code, I'm like, oh, okay, so this is just a code. All constructs have a frame code number. Ah, okay. They say that in their information, like in their notes, correct? What actually happened that time? Why did Commandant come back to the Inver Hetero Tower with you in order me to assist Vonnegut? She must gather as much intelligence as possible, eliminating any potential oversights. Yes? Okay, cool. That's what I thought. BPN 08 is live? Okay. Lucia, don't be so mean to Commandant's daughter. Lucia is BPL model usually. Okay. Cool. Perfect. So BPN 08 is Liv. BPL is Lucia. Okay. The doll slightly raises her head and her lifeless eyes staring ahead. Oh, didn't mean to hit that, sorry. Vonnegut looked at you when he mentioned it. Tell me. Cradle took that person out of the Hetero Tower. After that, it was similar to Constellia's situation. After the Inver Hetero Tower appeared again, many rifts showed up across the world. Just how the red tide surged into Constellia from underground, those rifts brought the red tide to other places as well. I wanted to bring that commandant back to the Inver Hetero Tower, but instead saw an endless cycle of death. So, does she care for us? Like, does our daughter care for us or no? There are more BPOs than BPNs. I mean, since they're just frame body and rule types. I was gonna say BPN is more like supports, and BPLs are more of like attacks, like attack constructs in a sense. I think, if we're going off of that. After a long silence, she does care for us, but she's limited to what she can do. Ah, okay. I was gonna say, like, it sounds like she cares about us, but at the same time, it's like she can't do much. Like, she wants to help, but at the same time, she can't. Which means we gotta get rid of Vonnegut. After a long silence, the doll decides to cut out one piece of the punishing made tissue from her chest and tosses it to Lucia from a distance. Do you want me to see it for myself? You should be able to see some of it. Lucia silently gazes at the Hetero Tower tissue in her hand for a moment before finally crushing it in her palm. Oh. Her Phantom Tracer activates its user's command, unveiling the memories stored within the tissue one by one. Okay, so do we get to see more Chaos in us here? Oh no, it's Cradle and me. Through Chaos's perspective in the memory data, Lucia sees Cradle trailing behind. Commandant, we're almost at the exit.
We can finally go back. It feels like we've been here forever.
Yeah. Once we're back, I'll make sure you get a few days of proper rest. At that moment, Lucia failed to notice Cradle lurking among the hetero creatures. That's crazy. Once you've recovered, she never even noticed when Cradle made her move. Oh! Yo! She just done took us and left. Commandant? Was she careless? No, that's impossible. I wish Curl would add Chaos as a character in the dorm so we can headpat her. I think that would make a lot of people happy.
Blime! Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I won't stay long, but I'll try my best to stay. Hey, you're all good. Just glad to have you here. Hope you're having a good one so far. Hope you're being safe. Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday. Like I said, we're on day 2 of streaming. We're going to be going back to back till Saturday. Very excited to see how that's going to play out. But for now, we're going to continue on here. Because Cradle just made her move, but we don't know what move that was. And it was actually very interesting. Was it because Cradle used her familiarity with her own territory to prepare everything too far perfectly, or far too perfectly? I hope they put Cradle available again. Oh, Silica. I hope they put Silica available again. Yeah, wasn't I was gonna say, wasn't she like? Wasn't I know the Sharks one? The Shark is the Shark was part of it. Was Silica part of it? I couldn't get her before. How did you get her? Through an event? Whatever the case, when Lucia turned around, there was no one behind her anymore. Commandant! Unlike Lucia, who doubled back to search, Chaos spotted the traces left behind by the red butterflies. She realized that that Cradle planned to use this irreversible separation as a chance to permanently eliminate the Commandant, ensuring Vonnegut could never complete Chaos. Rainbow cards from the shop? Oh, okay, huh. Damn, didn't know that. Though she disagreed with Vonnegut's plan, she didn't want the Commandant to die here either. And so, Chaos rushed forward in pursuit. Stepped into the chaotic, never-ending cycle of death. Oh, we're fighting. Hell fucking yeah, we get to play me.
What's happening? They're all coming this way! Damn it! Screw this red tide! Screw these goddamn hetero creatures!
Oh, that's oh fuck! Crazy renowned voice actress. Forgot her name. She's in Persona 5. She's the girl with the orange hair, glasses, stepsister. Fuck! What's her name? And she was also in Demon Slayer. I don't remember her name. Good, crazy good voice actress. Really enjoy her. What the? I shall lead the front. What? Get out of here. I really...
Sweet mother of God, that was close. You can take a break here while I call Babylonia and let them know you're right here with me. Damn it. This thing is dead again. Gotta see what I can do.
I need to go check some things out. Are you alright?
Hi there. I'm Ina. Are you alright?
Ina or Anya.
Huh? How did we go from English to Chinese?
She's alive, but in the correct timeline. Yana hid in a box during the red tide attack in the conservation area and died of severe infection. Neither Lucia nor I could save her.
Huh? What's wrong?
My terminal is broken. What's today's date?
Third. Been a month since you went MIA. Babylonia's about to lose its mind trying to find you.
I've gone back in time.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Never mind that. What's the status of the Hetero Tower?
You'll see it soon enough. Red as a blade plunged into the earth.
Is this happening because the tower remained unchanged? What exactly went down here?
What else could it be? Red tide craters everywhere, like rotten fruit falling from the sky. Good thing we found you, though. With Grey Raven back in the game, we should be able to save some lives.
Still can't fix the comms?
Yeah. We could head to the Babylonia stronghold instead. It's just the way there might be dangerous.
Should I return to Babylonia? Or go back to the Hetero Tower to solve this problem?
So you're gonna give me a choice?
We got through. Western stronghold says we can head over.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, I thought they were gonna give me a choice.
This is way too strange. It's like there's
Bop,
specifically
bop, bop.
targeting us.
Avoid the
That guy sounded like the Shield hero from the very beginning, like season 1. Rest in peace, that guy. He was a great voice actor. Uh-oh. She sacrificed herself? What happened just now? I remember I was... Where am I?
Commandant, are you alright? Are you feeling unwell?
What the fuck are you guys doing here? Liv? Lee? Where am I? I'm alright. What date is it?
May 3rd. You've been missing for more than a month before we finally detected your signal.
I'm living on the same day again.
Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, right. This is your sword. We found it in the red tag nearby.
Why do I have Lucia's sword with me?
Don't remember? After that red hetero tower appeared, Lucia gave you her sword for protection.
Where's Lucia now?
She's searching for you in another sector. I've already sent her a message, so we should be able to meet up soon. Let's go.
Oh, see Katana tutorial? Okay. Commandant is already strong with or without them, true. Okay, regular combo, basic attack, tap basic attack 5, follow a combo, tap basic attack 5, pause, and tap basic attack 3 more times. Tap basic attack 4 times, pause, tap basic attack 4 more times. So I go 5, pause, 3, and then I hit it again for 4, then I pause again, then I do it for 1 more time for 4. Using Plume's signature weapon. I was gonna say, it looked like Plume's, not her actual current sword that she has right now. Mid-air combo, attack basic attack 5 in mid-air. Follow-up dodge, tap basic attack when charging. Okay. Thrust temporary, press and hold basic attack. Thrust follow-up when the bottom sword wave gauge is not full. Press and hold basic attack to enter airborne mode. Then switch to basic attack to signal orb module. Leap slash. Holy shit, we get a lot more than we do here. Regular orb, tap single orb 4 times. Mid-air single orb, tap it 4 times for mid-air. Tap single when dodging backwards. Enemy lock on follow-up, press and hold dodge, tap shield orb when locking onto enemy, blade withdraw signal orb restoration, no cancellation, the post negative attack, restores 1 orb, okay. Oh, we can block, okay. Tap block, tap dodge to block. Perfect block, tap dodge before taking hit. Perfect block, counter attack, tap basic attack after triggering perfect block. Ah! Dodge forward, joystick, tap dodge, sideways dodge, joystick and tap dodge, backwards dodge, backwards. Auto lock on enemy, press and hold dodge, forward slash, press and hold dodge. Tap signature to switch between sword and spear forms. We have a spear. Recommend combo, press and hold dodge, press and hold basic attack, ping orbs if possible. Jesus, there's so much! Ah! Let's switch my sword. This is not my sword. Oh, here we go. Back, 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 back. Wait a minute, what the fuck?
Another rift.
Huh? Why are we doing Alpha's move? Another one?
Remember? These rifts have been appearing ever since the hetero tower showed up. They bring nothing.
Back, 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 back. Why are we doing... What? Why are we doing Alpha's move? What the fuck? Oh yeah! Hey! Holy shit! Get out of here. Yo, that's so fucking sick. That's fucking tough. We basically Virgil in FPS mode. Yeah! How do I dodge? There it is. do I ping the orbs? Oh, okay, I didn't even get to do that. Whee! Ryushi, hello. Welcome. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Hope you're having a good one. That was a lot of information. That was a shit ton of information. We're basically Virgil and FPS. You are completely correct. Oh, do we get to see Cradle? Nope, we don't get to see Cradle. I thought we were. Whee! Ah, okay, so we can knock back. And we can go into Matrix, that's nice. How do I go in the air? Oh, I see now. Wait, I'm just gonna do this. I do enjoy this gameplay. It's very nice. Oh, I messed up. I gotta go this way. Ah, there's the plume. Oh my god, we're gonna die. Holy shit. God damn, dude, so fucking good. But I gotta stay back now. I'm gonna fucking die. There we go. He's dead now. Live, heal. She did. She needs to heal. Wow! It's Cradle. Holy shit. Oh. Whoa! Uh-oh, he fucked up. Wait! Uh-oh. Oh.
I can sense it. She wants this. So let her die in your place.
Was I supposed to time that so we don't die? You get interesting game over scenes if you fail the Q2E with Cradle, FYI. Ah, okay. So was that the only QTE, or is there more? Is there gonna be more? Don't worry, we're gonna die a lot. Oh shit. Give me this. Like a lot? Okay, that means we're going to see a lot of QTEs then. I got to time that just right then. A dose of serum that is long expired but it has been used recently. Okay, we're going to go this way. What is this place? Is that Cradle? Is that her daughter? Chaos. What are you doing here? Chaos. What are you... Holy shit, what was that scene? Holy fuck! What was that scene? We go to touch her cheek and then our hand's gone. Okay, episode 17, Birth of Planets. In the lore itself, in this part of the story, it's basically a looping. Yes, now constructs and other characters are too OP. Blime, it's been great. We will see you soon. I hope you have a good one. Be safe out there and enjoy your time. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue on. This is a message for the Cradle Sims. What's the message? You will evaporate if you try. Wait, so was I not supposed to touch her? Why did you touch got snapped? Was that not supposed to? Oh, okay, here we go. As bodies disintegrate in high concentration of punishing, a white light engulfs every living silhouette. This marks the end of information Lucia can process. However, your dream was not over yet. The vision continued to extend, and this dream remained invisible to all but the dreamer.
Who are you?
The eyes of the nightmare fell upon a woman in white cloak, and she too became aware of the eyes.
I see. You're still in the dream, unable to control where your eyes wander. Then let us watch this together.
Following her gaze, the eyes witnessed countless corpses paving the long path ahead. From above, the city unfolded beneath. Countless threads raced through the streets, frantically carrying countless crimson fragments as they plunged into a bottomless pit of despair. The threads, bearing the essence of Earth's life and civilization, converged and weaved themselves into an expanding cocoon.
This planet, too, is ready to hatch.
Her words rang with familiarity, as if it's heard somewhere before.
No miracles have happened here either.
She gazes at the pupa. Okay. Enclosed with a massive cocoon. It was feeding on the corpses, utilizing the threads of information within to reconstruct its form. As it grew, the world gradually lost its shape. The consciousness drifted further away from the ground as it dissolved into nothingness, and her form became increasingly indistinct. As gravity waned, all sorrows ascended, enveloping everything into a denial of liberation of peace for any soul. The ground became unreachable below, while the sea of stars still being overheard beyond touch. No salvation, no miracles. Once alive, would be converted to data, becoming. Hold on. Okay, so good news. I'm getting reimbursed on the context, which is very nice. So I do get my money back, which is very nice. So very excited to have that happen. So where I'm not losing my money, I get my money back. So very pog tempers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that out of the way, we can continue on. No salvation, no miracles. Everything comes once alive would be converted to data, becoming part of the cocoon.
Oh, looks like this isn't the true ending.
A smile graced her lips as she pointed to the cracking cocoon.
Someone has escaped. Its purpose is to harvest and eliminate incorrect civilizations and bring all their data back to the gate. Of course, what's correct is not defined by its test. Defeating it earns the right to cross the gateway, though whether one can pass through it intact is another matter entirely. Yes, this is a test. Once mastered, it becomes a ticket to the Sea of Stars. People call it the chaos contamination.
Whoa, hold on now. Defeating it earns the right to cross the gateway, though whether or not one can pass through it intact is another entire matter. So Dominic technically made it, but he didn't make it in one piece. And this is so the test is chaos contamination then? I would say this is like Ishmael and Merciful One. We confirmed that whenever they showed like the double of crossing of him.
If a miracle does occur, I will come to this planet. Let's meet again when that time comes.
Okay, so that means we're gonna see her again. The thing about the test get explained later. Okay, cool, perfect. Opening eyes once more, that person returned to the Inverhedo Tower under Chaos's gaze. Memories of reality and dreams blur into chaos under the influence of death, and time would wind. The human's body felt as it crucified on the gallows known as May 3rd, being torn apart piece by piece.
What exactly is this cycle of death I've experienced?
A piercing ring tore through the human's skull, merging with splitting headaches as the figure fought to steady the swaying body. More things are revealed in chapter 34, Ishmael's chapters, by the way. Okay, so I gotta put a pin on a lot of these then.
Simulation. Reality. Dream.
Reality. The reality that is constantly shifting and deteriorating with the collapsing Inverhedo Tower.
Is Cradle behind all of this?
It's Agent Zero. Cradle's body and personality are, in fact, working against her. Her consciousness and sense of self are unstable, so...
She's deviating toward Agent Zero's persona.
Chaos gives a nod.
What has Vonnegut been doing in the Inverhedo Tower all this time?
I know this is kind of dumb, but when I first played this game, I thought Alpha was like an alternate timeline version of Lucia when I first played. I mean, that's a good look at it. I mean, if you look at it, if you're not knowing it, if you don't know, it's like, oh wow, you're her, but you're not her. So I get it. Ishmael's chapter has been for the biggest lore drop / explanation. So if you're confused by stuff in this one, just be patient. Okay. Now, question: do we get to see her daughter in more chapters, or is this the only chapter we see her in?
The Hedo Tower's core can't let Agent Zero revert it to its original state,
which is chaos. Which is the what the fuck was it? What fucking? That's Cocoon. Chaos contamination. Okay, so if it reverts to its original state, I'm assuming that's chaos contamination, which is basically its full power. There's more chaos, don't worry, we'll be having more of the best daughter around. Okay. Okay, cool.
The core. The key.
The human's gaze dropped in the hands, recalling something precious once held by them. With the deactivation invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the Inverhedo Tower's tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. This should only be used as a last resort.
What problems would arise if the tower were to lose its core?
Things uncontrollable. Both Agent Zero and the key would lose control of the tower, releasing all the problems. The Inverhedo Tower would no longer invert anything in its corroded shields. The red tide, the rifts. Meanwhile, anyone could enter the tower with no guarantee of which time they might exit into when they leave.
Okay. Complete chaos. If everything fell apart like that, what was even the point of retrieving the core?
With all the problems now, if this continues, Agent Zero will cause the same outcome as the core meltdown. Or maybe even something worse.
What are you saying sorry for?
So, that's why retrieving the core is the last resort.
One more thing.
I know. Once the core is retrieved, humanity will gain a crucial bargaining chip. If we can complete what remained unfinished during Dominic's attempt to melt down the core.
You know about that.
Chaos appeared somewhat taken aback, lowering her head in contemplation.
Can you?
I trust in Asimov's ability. It's just that I don't know how long it will take, and how many more lives will be claimed by the disaster that ensures. Dragon Destroyer! Welcome! Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Hope you're having a good one so far. Welcome back. Happy Wacky Wednesday. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. Glad to have you here. You're just in time. We're talking to our daughter right now, so it's going pretty well. It's like a Pandora's box. Reaching for the last flicker of hope necessities enduring the catastrophe it unleashes. If that happens, all my nightmares will become reality. All three members of Grey Raven will leave me. In the end, I'll be left all alone. Just like that inevitable ending. Whoa! So, is that our daughter? And is that Agent Zero? To sidestep this path, to avoid the weight of an impossible choice, only one safe option remained: delay everything and keep both the Inverhead Tower and the core safe. Just our little kid suffering. Our daughter's suffering, that's tough. Father and Daughter Day is a great day, am I right? Yes, sir! Even if the tower's problems remained unresolved, the delay would buy time to search for a solution. Is there any way to stop Agent Zero from destroying the Inverhead Tower? Let me become Agent Zero. She kept the rest to herself, not mentioning that it would require another sacrifice. Or, if you give me the retrieved core, I can take over Agent Zero's authority. Even though my consciousness stability, I won't last long, just like Cradle. Is there any other choice? If we had more time to try things out, maybe there could be another way. Chaos. She quietly lifted her lifeless eyes, waiting for you to ask the next question, and yet she was only met with silence. Both the human and the doll standing there and here knew that this silence carried the weight of the countless failures and the inescapable dead end. Though futile attempts and years of torment, the Head Tower acted as scissors, cutting down those who dared to tamper with time. Perhaps there really was no other way. This treacherous path led to an inscrutable cliff. Only sacrifice could carry them forward. Chaos. Calling out her name once more, you turned with a bitter smile to face this hetero creature. What does it feel like to be a hetero creature? The only answer to this question was an even longer silence. That's crazy. Oh, I forget. This was just Lucia trying to remember shit that our daughter gave her, which is fucking insane. Just as Lucia suspected, you turned to the path of sacrifice for this very same reason. To prevent your sacrifice, every single step from here on must be calculated with the utmost precision. Don't disappear without letting me know again. She whispered this plea in a soft voice, even knowing she herself would soon break this very word. Next, melting down the core may have long become inevitable. If I could bring the retrieved core back to the original era, maybe with everyone's help there could still be a way. Then everything she has done will not be in vain. But are they even safe anymore? It's been 50 years? During the endless cycle of massacre on May 3rd, the Commandant had already witnessed the death of Lee and Liv, something that happened not even in the future, but in the past. As long as Agent Zero lives, she warns her suffering follows you like a haunting shadow, never creasing until the end. To deal with Agent Zero once and for all, Chaos must take over her role. For an incomplete Chaos to become Agent Zero, the core must be destroyed first. So it's basically we have to sacrifice ourselves for for Chaos to be able to fully take control of Cradle to prevent this disaster, or we give her, or with the core, something has to do with the core, which is also interesting. Since entering Constellia,
The only progress seemed to be Kratos being held back by the fruit. She tightens her grip on the terminal that Vonica gave her, weighing her options.
It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits.
Take control of Agent Zero, not Kratos. Ah, you're right, yes. Take control of Agent Zero, sorry. If we sacrifice ourselves, Chaos is able to take control of Agent Zero. Forget, Kratos is almost like a will. My fault. Thank you, Daddy, for that. How many times would it exceed her limits? Even if she asked Vonnegut, he wouldn't answer.
Best to treat this as a one-time chance.
One misstep could spell her demise in this never-ending battle looming ahead.
Well then,
a plan gradually takes shape in her mind.
Chaos, I remember you've always been in contact with Rose. It was the same when we first met you in Constellia. Are you trying to protect her?
Chaos gives her a nod.
To keep her safe, you have to get her out of Constellia. I can do this, not just for her, but for everyone trapped in Constellia. I can help them all return to the normal world. But I need your help with two things. First, open an exit to Constellia's force field and let them escape while holding back the red tide.
Chaos nods earnestly.
Second, once we're inside the Inverhead Tower, can you help us return to the correct time like you're doing now? Is it impossible, or you just can't guarantee it? I can't guarantee it. The Inverhead Tower's deterioration runs deep, but I'll do what I can. Can you keep this time displacement within 1 month? 1 year. If the Inverhead Tower's condition is no longer severe, 1 year.
Time is running out. Agent Zero won't stop destroying the Inverhead Tower, and Lucio knows all too well that she has few options left.
Vonnegut, I'll make use of your plan after all.
She holds out the particularly shaped terminal, carefully inspecting the connection device with her frame scanning module before leaking it to her frame. So I want to say Vonnegut is almost like a vigilante. Like, he's doing hero shit, but like illegally. I want to say he's like a good guy, but at the same time he's not. Basically, it's like the virus itself is just assumptions by myself. Agent Zero is too violate compared to the Nugget expectations. Oh, okay. Okay. So an anti-hero. Yeah, he's kind of like an anti-hero. Yes. Yeah, he's like an anti-hero. He's like if you all see My Hero Academia, he's like Stain. Well, I wouldn't say he's kind of like Stain, maybe. You can call him an anti-hero for himself. Yeah. He reminds me of Stain from My Hero Academia. But that's just me. That's the vibe I get. Also, I cannot wait for that fucking move for the final season of My Hero Academia. That's gonna be so fucking good. Granted, I am very biased with My Hero because that's what got me into anime. So I'm very biased with My Hero Academia, but it is my favorite show, and I don't give a fuck about what the fandom thinks. I fucking like it. And I'm also getting ready to I actually did check my tickets for Demon Slayer. I am watching it on the grand screen. It's not going to be an IMAX or 4D, max 4D or something, but it is going to be on the grand screen, and it's going to be fucking packed. Not sure about Stain. Who would you say he is then? If we're going to speak in My Hero Academia terms, then who would you say he would be then? Don't know too much, my leader. That's okay. That's all right. I haven't seen My Hero Academia since season 5, but I do know how the manga ends because I got spoiled on it. Please do not spoil me on My Hero Academia, and please do not spoil me on Demon Slayer. Please do not spoil me on My Hero Academia. I want to see that bitch end on my terms, and I hope it does good. Never saw My Hero Academia or Demon Slayer myself. My Hero Academia is really good if you like superheroes, but it's kind of like a kid. It's almost like a kid show in a sense, but it's not. I really like the characters. Really enjoy the main character. Really enjoy all the main characters in there. Super fucking good. But I'm excited, and I hope it ends well. I'm excited to see what's going to happen to it. Even if I fucking see some people die who I care about in the show, it'll still make for a goddamn good story. Please don't get too much hype. Please, it's better for you. I can't. I gotta be hyped because even if I lose, even if someone dies, and even if somehow, some way the main character dies, I would still be happy with it. Oh, trust me, I have Agent Zero and 10. Trust me, I have Agent Zero intent to spoil anything. Oh, well, hey, you know what? It's all right. You know what? It'll still be a good story, no matter how it ends, even if it is sad, and even if I do see characters die in My Hero Academia, it's still gonna be one hell of a show, and I cannot wait. If anything, what Vonnegut kind of reminds me of is a mix of Stain and Endeavor, probably to becoming #1. You know? Okay. Okay, I forget Endeavor was kind of like wanting to claw his way to the. I really enjoyed Endeavor's story. I really enjoyed the family arc between all of them, because I can relate to the family issues that happen there. So that's what makes it more appealing to me and why I like it, because seeing that growth of you are a fucked up father, yet you are trying to atone for your sins is very nice. And then seeing the mother and seeing all the family come together, even though they hate the father, it was really cool to see. Really cool to see. And I really enjoyed is it Todoroki? Is it Todoroki? I think it's Todoroki. His character development as well. Really, really good. My leader, like how Todoroki family suffering. It hits close to home. I'm just gonna say that. That's why I like it. Okay, here we go. Oh, Endeavor's arc was without a doubt single best thing in My Hero. Absolutely, one of my favorites. All right, here we go. She holds up the particularly shaped terminal, carefully inspecting the connection device with her frame scanning module before linking it to her frame. I also like Solo Leveling's when he was able to save a certain someone. I don't know if y'all know. He was able to save a certain someone. That shit was tough. That shit was. I swear to God, I was fucking walking around yelling in my fucking room like, "That's the shit. That's what it's all about." When he saved that one person. Oh, y'all know who I'm talking about. Someone very important to his life. When he saved that person, man, I was going crazy. I was going crazy for that shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta get back to this. Here we go. The connection is swiftly established, despite encountering the intermediate disruptions in every transfer. The affordable nature of the trial and error ensures that the key soon reverts to its initial state. Beneath a newfound radiance, all the cracks appear concealed, and yet she wonders how long this fragile facade can hold up its disguise. Let's race, Commandant. I'll use this method you taught me, toward death for the same goal. Huh? While Lucia murmurs to herself, Chaos seems to sense a shift in the air. She watches Lucia complete the terminal setup step by step, a desire to speak tugging at her, yet she only bows her head. Eventually, words caught in her throat. What were you going to say? The doll, her head bowed, fixes her gaze on a spot in the distance ahead. Just spit it out. I think I remember who you're talking about, and yeah, that was absolutely insane. Yep, seeing that scene happen in the hospital, fucking peak. It was so fucking well done. The music, the voice acting, it was very, very well done. That core, was it made from the egg that Lamia took? Now, how the fuck does she know that? As the connected key activates within the Inverhead Tower bounds, time begins to flow once more. Just as everything is about to rewind in the beginning, Lucia notices something particular about the doll. I've heard that hetero creatures capable of holding complete conversations all retain a relatively intact human consciousness within them. Whose consciousness is inside you? Oh no! Lucia! Ah! Wait, I don't think you want to know! I don't Oh shit, she's gonna go on a rampage if she hears that it was my fucking mind. Oh shit, she's gonna go on a rampage. Oh shit, Chaos, I wonder if you gonna say it. Oh shit. Oh shit, here we go. Okay. Lucia's question is met with a prolonged silence. Oh shit! I would be very, very interested to see if she's actually gonna do it. If she fucking says it, I want to see her reaction. This isn't meant to be an interrogation. Lucia harbors no desire to extract such trivial information. She accepts Chaos's silence and begins counting down the remaining moments in her mind. Ah, okay, maybe it was meant to be for her to not know. Now, whether she knows later is yet to be seen. Just as the countdown reaches 0, at the very moment Vigor everything reminds, the doll finally speaks in a voice weird like a raven. Ah! Holy shit, is she gonna do it? Holy shit, is she actually gonna speak it? She's either gonna say Commandant, Nolan, or Lithos. One of those three, but I think she's gonna take the latter. She's gonna take the very first step. Oh, fuck. Okay, here we go. Oh, you forgot! What the fuck? You know! Don't be lying. If you're my daughter, you do not lie. Granted, it's gonna hurt, but still. I forgot. All I remember is that my name is Chaos. That's crazy. Ah, that's crazy. Okay, here we go. Episode 18, Until the Sun Rises. The 76th time rewind in the third entry into Constellia. Lucia is trying to spare Chaos is trying to spare Lucia the pain. I guess, but I mean, if she's gonna be the mother to the daughter, she gotta know. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, we're back here. Okay. She's got our kindness, at least. That is true. She's got our kindness. Like father, like daughter. The soft light of dawn gently sweeps inside the veil at night at the city's periphery, casting a gentle glow across the heavens. In silence, Constellia ushers a new year. You have been sleeping for 12 hours and still show no signs of waking. Could this be the effect of the damaged key? Lucia's brow furrows as she fights to contain her growing anxiety. Once again, she reaches out to check your breathing, then takes the wrist to feel for a pulse. The normal vital signs ease her anxiety for a brief moment, but soon enough, her worry drives her to check them all over again. Oh, that's so tough to think, knowing that, like, she's seen us die multiple times, so, like, anytime she sees us with her eyes closed, she's immediately checking pulses, checking breathing, like, checking heartbeat, checking chest movements. Like, she is fucking going through the ringer, ladies and gentlemen. Like father, like daughter. Man, Lucia, it's the third lore accurate wife. Need to make sure. Who's our other one? Who's the third? I would say it's Lucia. I think Bianca also, and then was it Selena? Here we go. All Grey Raven having PTSD over Commandant's death. It's called punishing Grey Raven for nothing. It ain't called punishing Grey Raven for nothing. That is true. True. Something seems to have snapped within her mind like a broken string. As the key depletes, that broken string tightens around her neck like a noose, threatening to snap her seamlessly calm composure. Holy shit. Selena, it's the second. Okay, so Lucia's the first, then it's Selena. Oh, are you talking about wedding coatings? Well, didn't Bianca get a wedding coating? Isn't it technically a wedding coating? I'm not gonna tell the first one. Wait, does it get told in this story, or am I just gonna get spoiled? Oh, third is a spoiler? Really? It's not about the wedding coating. Oh, like actual dead ass cannon? Hold on, we actually. Oh, whoa. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all can't be blue balling me like that now. Hold on. Hold on. You're gonna understand after some time. Am I gonna understand this chapter in this chapter, or am I gonna understand later? Y'all got me. Hold on. Y'all got me going for a loop here. Hold up. Later, don't worry about it. Okay, I will. They're exaggerating. Are they? It's not canological wives. After 3 chapters, probably. If we're not including husbands, don't worry. We're just messing with you. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all got me tripping here. Hold on. I'm just gonna continue reading here. I'm gonna assume that they're not real, but at the same time, like, they got wedding cooties for a reason. But then again, we're gonna see. If you, as our commandant, never wake up, what purpose does anything serve? The celebrity helped exploration has gone on far too long, with 2 of them constantly entangled with endless obstacles. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees those bloodstained paths as clear as day. She might be losing her grip on rationality, but she has to stay composed. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got to use the restroom. Something came up. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Something is not playing nice with my belly. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Sorry about that. Feel a lot better now. Okay. Whew. What did I miss? Or too much of a couple different. Okay. You didn't miss much? Okay. I was just making sure. I wanted to check. So, thank you. I feel much better. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on here. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees those blood-stained paths clear as day. She might even be losing her grip on rationality, but she has to stay composed. Taking a deep breath through the simulated respiratory system, Lucia's mind drifts to the memory of standing in Grey Raven's lounge before the departure. Back then, Lee would always stand silently by the window. Anything troubling you, Lee? It's nothing. Just a feeling I can't quite explain.
About the Inverhedo Tower?
Yes. It feels like I forgot everything that happened in the tower because of a certain choice I made.
If this is the decision that brings you back safely, then it isn't wrong. Brought me back safely.
In this tower that has long since become the enemy's trap, every step forward is paved with death and blood. Feeling the coldness in those human fingertips, Lucia takes the hands into hers, hoping the warmth from her pyroth frame would seep into the human skin and chase away the chill of that long, cold nightmare. Such a small gesture is all she can do right now. For that very reason, her heart grows heavier still. The strain from operating her frame weighs heavily upon her. Employing Vonnegut's terminal for the time rewind has undeniably added to her load. There is only one chance in further operations, limiting her ability to act freely.
Commandant, is this all that's left for us?
She absolutely cannot let the same mistake repeat itself. She can't bear to suffer such parting again, nor can she let you go through that pain once more. Her heart has been long riddled with scars, a patchwork of countless pieces torn apart and stitched back together. Yikes. Yet when it comes to you and your shared dreams, she refuses to grow numb, to turn cold, to accept things as they are.
Commandant.
Her whispers drift through the air, echoing in the silence. The half-closed door creaks as a girl carefully knocks on it.
Lucia?
Lucia looks up to see Rose standing there.
Come on in. Yeah.
The girl tiptoes into the room and sits in the chair Lucia has pulled out for her. She steals a glance at the sleeping Commandant, worry spreading across her face.
Don't worry. The Commandant is fine, just getting some rest.
I think your mic is going in and out, is it? Uh-oh. Am I peaking? I might be peaking. Oh no, you're right. I see what you mean. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me restart. I muted myself to make sure it was fine, but let me restart real quick. That is fucking weird. That's never happened before. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. Restarting the stream fixed it? Okay, cool. Okay. I wanted to make sure that we were all good to go before, we continued on. Alright. Let me know if it ends up fucking up again. And I'll go on it. So, alright, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue on here. Lucia hears her own voice speak these words, both intended for others and a self-assurance, whispered to herself.
What's wrong?
Yuko.
Yuko and her sister have gathered everyone here as you asked. Some didn't want to climb the stairs and stay downstairs. The rest were waiting outside the infirmary. Alright, let's wait until the afternoon. We'll head out then, whether Commandant is awake or not. Well...
Rose tilts her head up to look at Lucia, lost in thought for a moment.
What's wrong? Yuko is outside the infirmary too, but she keeps her head down and won't talk to her sister. Why is that? Didn't she miss her sister a lot? Then why won't she speak to her now that they're together? Sometimes when you have a lot on your mind, you also have many concerns. It can be hard to figure out where to start. Does that happen to you too, Lucia? Lucia? Yes, I feel like that sometimes too.
She nods firmly.
Oh, right. I met with Chaos in the garden downstairs. She gave me a force field device to set up below, to protect those who didn't want to come up. But she said if the device gets damaged, the force field will fail immediately. It won't last very long.
You set it up yourself?
Yeah. Chaos taught me how to do it. She said people would be scared if they saw her.
You really do have a talent for this, Rose. As expected of a future Science Council member. Lucy keeps those last words to herself as the faces of the Project Winter's victims stare back at her from her memories. In the future, Rose is destined to give her life to Project Winter, leaving behind her only daughter, Rosa. And this bright, gentle child before her is fated to grow up and walk a path that only seems unknown, yet has already been charted for her. Words of guidance and advice catch in Lucia's throat, but the unstoppable wheel of fate, all struggles seem so futile. I can see that there's like a low hum. The immersion in PGR is so good that even the elements and the interference are linked with the lore in these new chapters. Yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute my game real quick. Is there a hum? Is there a hum that you guys hear from the mic or no? No, it's all good. Okay. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Cause like I'm looking at my OBS, and when I don't talk, there's like a little bit of like volume mic going on. It's like teetering. But I wanted to make sure if that was not hearable. So if you guys can't hear it, then oh well, we're good. Then we're good. I don't want to fuck with it then. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on here. After countless attempts to change the past, after enduring countless fruitless cycles, Lucia raises her increasingly heavier hand to tenderly pat Rose's hand.
After you leave Constellia, be careful of those robots. They're dangerous. Have other places gone through similar things to Constellia? Yes, that's why you have to keep yourself safe. I will.
The girl nods, a smile showing up on her face.
I hope I can find Lithos.
Oof. Lucia wants to say something to tell her certain truth, to offer warnings, but the piece of changing the past looms too ambiguous and burdensome for her to take on such a gamble.
Commandant!
She suddenly tightens her grip on the hand in her palm.
Lucia! I'm sorry, Commandant! Are you... Are you...
Oh, god damn, Lucia. I know I'm good, but like, you gonna break my arm. Lucia immediately releases her grip, but unsure what to do with her hands now, she leaves them suspended awkwardly in the awkwardly in the air.
Well, as consciousness slowly returns, you find your throat too hoarse to speak. Oh shit. The searing agony in your temples seemed to be on the verge of cleaving your skull apart. Lucia gently takes your cold hands in hers once more, her warmth chasing away the lingering chill of nightmares. What time is it?
8 a.m. on January 1st, 2061. The sun's already out.
I slept almost a day. Your brain slowly processes the signals from your body, every sensation so dull that time itself seems to stretch. You struggle to form words as something viscous trickles from your nose, oozing over your cracked lips. The metallic taste of blood spreads through your mouth. Lucia supports your chin with one hand while using the other to roll up her sterilized cotton ball and carefully insert it into your nostrils to stop the bleeding. What a woman. Sadly, I had to dip now, but hopefully you enjoy the rest of the stream. Folks, Net, it has been an honor. Thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for being here. You didn't have to be here, and you decided to be here, and I'm very grateful for that, and I do not take that for granted. So, enjoy your night, enjoy your morning, enjoy your afternoon, wherever you may be, and we will see you around maybe tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with the story.
Alright, now tilt your head down. Liv said.
As if suddenly remembering something, she immediately reaches out to pinch your nose.
She said to hold it like this for a few minutes. Now lean back against the bed to rest for a little while longer.
Now, fun fact, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you're technically not supposed to do that. You're technically supposed to let the blood continue to drip. So, like, because if you do like this, it ends up clogging it. But if you do this, you end up letting it continue to, go out so that way it doesn't clog. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the correct way. Instead of tilting like this, you just, you bring forward.
Take it easy. I've already taken care of most things. We still have time.
Now, the only reason why I know this is because of EMT class. And me being an EMT. Sure. Holy shit. Another wave of headache strikes as those lingering nightmares creep in, flooding your vision with countless twisted, chaotic hallucinations. That's how I used to be told too. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're technically not supposed to do that. I think that, like, fucks up the nose or something. You're just supposed to let it go out. I've had many nosebleeds. My brother's had a lot of nosebleeds. So that's part of the reason why I know. And then in EMT class. No, your way is wrong. Is it? Is it? Hold on, we're gonna look this up. Lean forward when nose is bleeding. Yes, you should lean forward when you have a nosebleed, not tilt your head back to prevent blood from flowing into your throat and causing choking and upset stomach. While sitting, lean forward to drain out your blood of your nose to apply continuous firm pressure on the soft part of your nose just above your nostrils for at least 10 to 15 minutes. Breathe through your mouth and spit out any blood that collects in your mouth or throat. Yeah, okay. So, Danny, you're wrong! Water.
Here.
Are there any painkillers?
Yes, I found some.
If you have a lot coming out, you're gonna lose too much. True. I die of blood loss. True. Right now you sound too much like Dante. Do I? Watching Lucia methodically administer first aid to the Commandant, Rose steps back to give them space. Her eyes dart between the construct and the Commandant before she quietly retreats behind the door. With a gentle smile and wave to Lucia, she closes the infirmary door, leaving the two of them alone.
Here you go. You swallow the painkiller she brought with the water, the metallic taste of blood still lingering in your throat. After resting in the infirmary bed for a moment, the pain slowly begins to subside. Better now?
I feel much better now.
I have a condition about it, so I'd know I couldn't let my bleeding go out. All right, hey, all right, you got me there. All right, here we go. Turning your head, you finally notice that Lucia has been holding your hand this entire time. So she went from almost breaking my hand to now holding it again. Is she worried about something?
I'm alright, Lucia.
You gently brush your thumb over her hand that's holding yours, and Lucia's expression finally softens a little.
I had a very long dream. I saw you, Vonnegut, and remembered things I've forgotten when we just got to Constellia. Liv and Lee back then, they...
Don't worry. You went through a time rewind after leaving the Inverhedo Tower. Lee and Liv should still be fine.
I saw Lee in my dream too.
Yeah.
I dreamt about what he went through in the Inverhedo Tower. Now I finally understand why he kept staring at the tower back then, looking so troubled. Maybe he already sensed the changes of that tower and wanted to come along with us.
Yeah, then let's go back soon. No one mentions the price of return, nor speaks of their silently chosen death.
What's the status of the key?
This is our last chance. Oh boy. A final chance that requires sacrificing her and just her alone. She keeps the truth to herself while you, stirred by faint premonition from your dreams, choose not to delve further with questions. I have a feeling that we know that she's going to attempt, and we're going to try to thwart that.
Then we must make it back this time, no matter the cost.
Yeah. And so she begins her report amid the facade of peace. This time, there's no traces of Red Tide at all. The streets are clean. I suspect Agent Zero.
Let's just call her Cradle. The memories associated with that name might help disrupt her more.
Alright. I suspect that Cradle is under stronger suppression this time than before. She no longer has the power to corrupt the streets. This is our chance. I want to rescue the people trapped here first. Especially since there are people we know here, like Cradle, Chico, and Rose. If we don't get them back on their own time, it could severely impact the future.
Indeed.
Both the purifying force and the Hedo Tower?
Even though it was just a dream.
Many of your dreams have already aligned with reality. Instead of brushing them off as just dreams, I think they're more like the influence of the Inverhedo Tower. Just as I once transmitted messages to my other self through the Inverhedo Tower, Lee had similar experiences, though back then none of us understood what he was going through.
I think this is also why part of Chaos is so concerned about Rose.
Is she worried about how this might affect the future?
Exactly.
Ooh.
We can't risk such drastic changes anymore. Besides, Rose and Chico are only companions. The same goes for everyone else. Helping them helps us too. But is it Vonnegut force field that's keeping everyone trapped?
I found Chaos. She agreed to help temporarily disable the force field.
She agreed. Well, I guess that makes sense since Cradle can no longer cause catastrophic disasters. Temporarily opening an exit won't pose much risk.
Commandant, Hearing this, Lucia's expression grows more solemn.
What's wrong?
Why do you trust a Hedo creature so much? I wonder if this is where we will tell her. I have a feeling we might be the one telling her here. Oh shit! Disregarding that lengthy, torturous underwater nightmare, you chose to work with chaos because this might be the path of least sacrifice. What would Lucia think if she knew that you were prepared for your own sacrifice? Oh man, so we have Lucia who wants to sacrifice herself for the greater good, and then we have us who is trying to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Is it because you think this will cost the least sacrifice? Even unspoken, she has still noticed your intention. Let's go back together, okay? This is her first time telling a lie, a promise she knows she cannot keep.
Yeah. Let's keep fighting until the very last moment.
If this is gonna be fucking just like the first battle in Kowloon, I'm gonna be pissed. The very last moment. Grasping the implications hidden in those words, Lucia falls silent.
What about you? How are you doing?
Me? Of course I'm fine. Her weariness and uneasy subtlety seep through her facade, betraying her efforts to hide them. Pose the question once more. Are you really alright? And she would merely force a smile, insisting that everything is indeed fine. Oh, by the way, after coming here yesterday afternoon, I've addressed each of the issues you pointed out. Let's go where we stand now. She always maintains this composed facade until problems are resolved, using her methodical nature to mask the wounds that lie beneath. Gah!
Sure.
Rose, the mercenaries, and the staff are all fine. I've mediated their conflicts for now and had them call back to the people exploring the underground parking lot ahead of the time. Just like when you convinced Mona, the staff supervisor last time, I managed to persuade her to give me the elevator access card. She takes out the access card and shows it to you. After that, I reached out to Chico, and together we convinced Yuko, as well as Darcy and Barley who were with her. They've gone to gather the employees hiding in the other areas. They should be back by now. However, their conflicts weren't built in a day, and my words alone won't resolve them. For now, we'll just keep working together towards a common goal. As she speaks, Lucia's hand remains firmly clasped to yours. Is there anything else troubling you, Commandant? I'll get right on it.
Have you been carrying me with you this whole time while doing all of this?
Yes. I was worried Cradle might appear suddenly, so I kept holding you in the same position you were used to during flight test. I'm sorry. That must have made you uncomfortable, but after confirming Cradle's current capabilities, I've mostly been in the infirmary since late at night. It didn't last too. Lucia is caught off guard when her wounds are interrupted by your sudden embrace, but she quickly understands the message you were conveying with this warm gesture. After experiencing 76 time rewinds in such helpless isolation, any comfort that words could offer have become hollow. In her overwhelming anxiety, she has grown accustomed to confirming your safety through physical touch, and in turn, you have learned to mend her scarred heart the same way. Commandant, I'm fine. She stands up, attempting to show she's unharmed, yet beneath your worried gaze, she lowers herself, enveloping you back into her embrace. Now, this is also the problem why I was really contemplating of whether to just pat her head or hug her. The reason being is because we damn near know she's going to try to sacrifice herself. So if I just did a pat in the head, it would be like, it would not... It would be a move, but it would not be a move. Rather, if I do the hug, it's like...
You're carrying something, and I know you are, so I'm just gonna comfort you.
Lucia.
She responds with a soft murmur and a bitter smile, drawing her face closer until you can feel your own breath reflecting back. Holy shit, we are close. You look into her eyes, those eyes usually full of tenderness and resilience, now shadowed by the sorrow of the setting sun and the defiant rage against the approaching endless night. Yet her heart, her consciousness, and her resolve remains unbroken by this endless torment and adversity. She is still here, burning everything she has to exist here.
I'm sorry for making you bear so much for so long.
If you really want to apologize, then come back with me. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you.
Whoa! Oh, hey, damn, okay.
Right.
The winter wind seeps through the half-open window of the infirmary, bringing it with a bone-chilling cold. She pulls the blanket over, inching nearer. In the distance, the clamor of crowds echo in your ears, people arguing about recent conflicts and plans for departure, their voices tinged with joy and sorrow. In this firm embrace, the two of you share the silence here. One prepared for sacrifice, the other knowing death was certain from the very beginning. She pulls the blanket. What are we cuddling? Yet neither speak of it. You exchange silent glances, offering solace through the shared embrace, as though striving to etch every word unspoken into each other's soul. What does solace mean?
As a noun, solace means comfort or consolation in a time of distress or sadness. Do you want to hear the...
Her silent chest yearns for the beating of a human heart, while all the reluctant to part in desperate longing are swallowed down.
This shouldn't be the end.
Sure.
Now, let's go over everything we just started, just in case my memory fails me again.
Sure. Let's begin. My frame replacement was completed on March 30th, and we entered the Inverhedo Tower on October 3rd. During this period, aside from the regular test missions, we noticed that both the Red Tide and Heterozone were spreading much faster than before, and their patterns of expansion have become unpredictable.
According to the intelligence gathered inside the Inverhedo Tower, we speculated that the unpredictable surge of the Red Tide might be caused by the tower.
Correct. On October 3rd, we entered Inverhedo Tower to investigate. Our path was constantly hindered by hetero creatures, making both our investigation and attempts to alter the past rather difficult. Vonnegut acted multiple times, attempting to merge you with chaos, and for that purpose, he made you die many times.
At the mention of these still fresh wounds, Lucia's voices begin to tremble.
All of it was to ensure Chaos had sufficient conscious ability to take over Agent Zero's authority, and to surpass Agent Zero's original will.
At that time, none of us realized the truth, nor were we in any state to listen to Vonnegut's explanations. We tried to return to our original era, but the collapse of the Inverhedo Tower and Cradle's sneak attack dragged me into the past instead, which was 1 month after that April Fool's Day.
Lucia nods.
After returning, you seemed convinced that merging with Chaos was the only solution. You stopped me from fighting both Vonnegut and Cradle in the Inverhedo Tower, and instead had me assist Vonnegut in dealing with Cradle.
But Vonnegut was worried about Cradle being killed at that point.
Yes, because Chaos wasn't ready to take over Agent Zero's authority. To buy time and extract himself from this three-way conflict, Vonnegut used the Inverhedo Tower's core and his key to expel us from the tower and cast us into this era. The collapse of this Inverhedo Tower delayed us by 10 days. Cradle arrived earlier and had already been made preparations in the city, inciting some civilians to obstruct our way.
The first time we came to the Hetero Tower, I was killed by Yuko, probably having been conquered by Cradle.
Lucia lowers her gaze and slowly nods.
After your death, Cradle hastily disengaged from our battle as if she couldn't wait to get away. After that, the Red Tide began to recede, no longer flooding the entire city. Then I found out the existence of the fruit. What exactly is it?
Chaos said it's some kind of hetero creature that looks like a heart. Seemed to be something Vonnegut created.
For Cradle, it's more like mind fusion or mind corruption.
So you ate the fruit and used yourself as bait to lure Cradle, essentially poisoning her?
As far as results go, my gamble paid off.
Second time, we convinced the people here and obtained the elevator access card. Her voice is now barely a whisper, as if drained of all strength.
Even though things ended badly, we still managed to find a way in. And we confirmed that Cradle could indeed be restrained by the fruit. Good. My memories are clear. Things will work out for sure this time.
Bearing the weight on your bed's edge, you hoist yourself up into a sitting position, taking a deep breath to brace yourself with what lies ahead.
It's time to put an end to all these messy time rewinds. Liv must be worried sick. And I kind of miss your cooking.
Commandant? Now, I know damn well Lucia damn poisoned that shit a bunch of times, but I know she learning. Despite her usual reluctance to yield, or perhaps stubborn pride about her cooking skills, these words catch her off guard. She cups your face in astonishment, carefully verifying your well-being.
Lucia, what are you doing? This is all true.
We only have half a bottle of nutrient solution left in our supplies. Should I bring it to you?
Fine, really. I just really want to go home. Back to our usual life. It's been far too long.
If you were to add up all the time spent in these rewinds, it could amount to 5 or 6 years. No, perhaps even more. Time has elongated to such extent that you no longer can and no longer wish to keep track. During these grueling explorations, your thoughts sometimes drift to Lee. Did he face the same obstacles when he entered the Inverhedo Tower? Did Vonnegut and Agent Zero put up some kind of resistance, or perhaps he faced entirely different challenges? Looking at Lucia again, you notice how her expression has grown more somber, the worries of your journey etched deep between her brows. When you first entered the Inverhedo Tower, Lucia smiled often, but now...
When we return, those unaware of our experience may be astonished by your change.
Why?
Because your expression, your demeanor, they're different from when we first set out.
This reminds me of Kiana. This really, really reminds me of Kiana in Honkai Impact 3rd. Really, really well. And I really, really enjoy that. The same goes for you, Commandant. She reaches up and touches the space between your brows. I suppose we can call it growth.
That's quite a painful way to grow.
You once mentioned that growth is always painful. I did say that.
Sure does.
Your fingertips graze her heated skin, warmth seeping into your chilled palm. She tilts her head, gently nuzzling against your hand in response. Then, with a smile, she extends an invitation. Woo! Shall we go check on the others? We still have some time before heading out.
I will.
God damn, how long? Oh, we're not even halfway done. Jesus! Episode 19, Froggy and the Four-Leaf Clover. As soon as you walk out of the infirmary, waves of commotion from beyond the side corridor wash over you. Peering through the fire safety window, you see the summoned mercenaries standing on the semicircle, their gestures betraying their fear and tension. Some clutch their weapons close to their chest, scanning their surroundings as if expecting some great threat to emerge at any moment.
Explain yourself! You have to tell us everything!
Calm down, she's just a kid.
This isn't about her being a child. We saw that musher. Well, what happens if it gets loose? How can we ensure our parents and loved ones stay safe?
You weren't exactly a saint when you were beating people up and stealing our stuff.
Yeah, but we were desperate and hungry. We stole some food. Once we were out, we accepted any legal consequences. If we have to serve time, none of us will run from it, because those monsters are completely a completely different story.
I think her story is the longest until now. I was gonna say this feels like a very long chapter.
Whoa, what's going on?
Lucia gives a slight shake of her head, signaling you to wait and see how things unfold. You asked about the device, and so I told the truth. Chaos gave it to me. She said that we could use it to protect ourselves.
The she you're talking about. Oh wait, your she you're talking about. She could use that thing to protect us, or could she use it to trap us? Isn't that the exact same thing that kept us trapped here for so many days? We didn't understand before because we never seen it, but now we get it.
Chaos.
It's right to be wary of Hedo creatures, but we need to cooperate with her for now.
Why don't you go talk to them? They should be more familiar with you this time.
I will.
Lucia pushes open the door, her expression remaining stern. Smile, Lucia. Just like before, stay calm and composed.
Oh, very punchable mercenary.
Hi, look who shut up. This wimp who had been carried around yesterday.
Oh, there are times to show violence, and there are times to be the bigger man.
Perfect timing. You said you'd help everyone escaped, and we believed in you. That's why they gathered everyone here. But what's the deal with this monster kid mentioned? It can control these barriers. If it can come up and go as pleases and shut people out whenever it wants, what's stopping it from stealing this place off and doing whatever it wants once we're gone? Don't tell me you're two that are working with it.
No, we're about to address the matters related to her right now.
What?
There's another hidden trouble in this city other than Chaos. She's the source of all these monsters patrolling the streets.
I punched him to shut him up and make him listen. I bet the reactions were pretty nice.
Remember the mechanical riot you mentioned last night? Those Hedo creatures share the same root cause... the same problem exists beyond Constilla. You still encounter such machines once you leave.
I stay calm like Poppin. You have to. Violence, hatred met with more hatred does not lead to anything good. There's no need for violence. Granted, yes, they are punchable, and in your mind you want to sucker punch them, but it's like, nah, we can't do that now. Now is not the time to be doing that. We have to be working as one.
So basically, it's the end of the world out there.
No way. You'll see the situation for yourself once you leave.
How did you plan to deal with the problem here? By working with that monster?
The cooperation is temporary. Even Chaos fears that lurking threat. We'll deal with her, but only after we eliminate the greater danger.
I didn't meet you with hatred, I met it with open ears and logic. I mean, them hands are ready to eat for everyone.
This will be dangerous, and you could get caught in crossfire. That's why we want you to evacuate. There are people out there who need your help more. If Commandant and I were scheming something, we could have killed you all right here.
Holy shit. Lucia draws her pyro katana as flames ignite in her hair. Without her taking a single step forward, everyone backs away several meters.
If you think I can't handle this alone, feel free to test that theory.
Oh, that's like a saying. Everyone can talk a bluff, but not everyone can back up that bluff. Woo! Woo! Shit! The people stand at a distance, exchanging bewildered glances before breaking into hushed whispers.
Let us discuss this among ourselves.
Lucia sheaves her weapon and nods to the captain. The mercenaries retreat to where Chico stands to the far end. Yuko, who has been staying in the corner now, finds herself unexpectedly in the spotlight.
Hello?
We believe you. Mustering every ounce of courage, she approaches.
That hidden trouble you mentioned earlier. Were you talking about Cradle?
Yeah.
Do you know what? She really is.
The voice she questions that Cradle has always left unanswered. It's quite a long story. She's like a disaster-born new human, but her nature is actually more complex. Everyone can talk the talk, but not everyone can walk the walk.
I talked with her for a while. She told me that she was a character created by an author.
That's not wrong, but it's more like she's using that character as a vessel, similar to...
Possession?
More like personality data conflict.
Sounds about the same.
Amidst the surrounding clamor, she takes a step back and leans worriedly against the wall.
Well, at least the Cradle I spoke of was real and didn't deceive me right from the beginning.
She takes a deep breath.
What did Cradle talk to you about? Mostly far-fetched stories. Would you mind telling me more? There might be some crucial intelligence in there. Intelligence? Do the stories she saw in the Red Tide really count as intel? Oh, and something about her creator and their will? Anything else? Apart from those, well, she said she came from the future and something about her being. I didn't quite understand that part. Some sort of administrator, I think. She has something to do in that future, but she failed before completing it, and she still couldn't figure out exactly why she failed. Oh, right. After you arrived just last night, she came to me and said some weird things. What did she say? She asked if I remembered how many times I died, and if I had ever dreamed of becoming a butterfly. I had no idea what she meant by that. Could she be talking about the tale of the butterfly dream?
I have a feeling this is Matrix time here. No, it's not. Maybe she meant something more literal. After you experienced death once in Constellia, there were times in your dreams when your vision followed the butterflies as if you had become one of them.
So what is it?
She said she came here from the future, that she could travel through time. In some futures, she had actually killed you.
She killed me, but why?
Because she killed Chico, and you sought revenge.
Chico? No way! She promised me that if I found my sister, she'd give me a chance to help her. How could she have killed her?
And her response at that time was...
Who cares? Who cares?
Oh, fuck! God damn it. There we go.
Is it also because of that personality data conflict you mentioned?
It's a bit different, but you could think of it that way.
Is there any way to bring back her original self?
It might be possible, but I don't know exactly how. She has not completely forgotten you. She turned your consciousness into one of those butterflies around her and willingly swallowed it. Maybe you mean something special to her?
Special? Me?
Yeah, she said that she would give you a chance to hurt her.
What do you mean?
I don't understand either.
Do you know all this is because you're also from the future, just like her?
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, technically, sure. Yes.
Just as I thought. So time travel really does exist. Please, tell me what's going to happen. Was she alright? Will everyone really get caught in the calamity that never ends?
Yeah.
What about me? Cradle mentioned that in your future, you're familiar with my sister Chico. Do you know me?
Lucia cast a questioning look at you. Oh, well, hold on, Lucia, hold on. I gotta be truthful here. Didn't Cradle tell you anything about your own future?
She did, and that's exactly why I wanted to hear it from you again. Bianca once mentioned that Chico had a younger sister in the support force, but she fell in battle during a mission. And then, how did I die? Did I cause trouble for Chico? Her sister was injured and corrupted before running into the Ascendant. When Chico saw her sister so calling up for help, she couldn't bring herself to strike her down and instead tried to save her. That's a reasonable judgment of the situation, but she still turned into a corrupted. Under the Ascendant's control, she detonated the device at the bottom of the building, killing all 14 constructs who were conducting an investigation there. Ouch. Chico survived, but was gravely wounded in the process. She had originally had the potential to use a specialized frame, but after the explosion, her mind was severely damaged, and she lost that qualification forever. Even so, when she merged with the hetero creature, she still managed to retain a fragment of herself, preventing that massive body from going berserk. Bianca's hands paused briefly as she sorted through the mission reports. She never let go of her regret. Even though she knew her sister couldn't possibly survive the falling into the Ascendant's hands, she still couldn't bring herself to end it. To make someone give up before they fought to their last breath, that would be too cruel. I'm sure that's what the Commandant would say. But for most people, the ability to fight unto the very end is a privilege reserved for the heroes only. Even though I say this, If I were faced with making that same choice about someone important to me, I'd probably hesitate for that crucial moment too. Can you tell me? You fell during a rescue mission during the support force, and before that you had saved many lives. After you were gone, even the captain of the support force would still speak of you. You haven't answered my question. Did I get many people killed by working with the wrong side, just like now? No one could have controlled their fate in that situation. It was an accident, not intentional harm. In the future, you'll meet many people whose lives you'll save. Don't blame yourself for something beyond your control. Though Lucia speaks these words, her brow remains tightly furrowed. Though countless cycles of death, she has witnessed the pain Yuko brought, even understanding the circumstances and inner turmoil behind those actions. The wounds torn into her heart run too deep to simply absolve with a smile. Yeah. In the face of inescapable desires and suffering, all words of reason and forgiveness shatter like fragile glass. I would just say, she's seen so much shit that words don't mean anything to her now. It's actions. So it's true. Cradle wasn't lying to me. Thank you for being willing to share it with me. Go talk to Chico. Tragedy isn't inevitable. We've already talked. She told me to keep her distance because of the sensitive nature of her work, and she realized those mercenaries died because I sought help from Cradle. Her gaze drifts to Chico in the distance, their shared silence speaking volumes about the rift between them. If you had a sister like me, would you forgive her? Well, technically she does. She's got two. Lucia lowers her eyes as distant memories surge before her like relentless waves. I'm not in any position to answer whether your real sister would forgive you or not. Looking at Yuko, Lucia speaks these words as much to herself as Yuko. If my sister were in your situation, I think rather than answering on behalf of the victims whether to forgive her, I would want to tell her from the beginning something else entirely. Why is that bolded? Huh? Your existence alone has meaning. You don't have to sacrifice something just to justify your right to live peacefully. That's not kindness. It only harms you in the end. That's wrong. And once you start down the wrong path, you'll just keep falling deeper into the abyss trying to make up for the first mistake. And once you step into that abyss, victim blood breeds hatred, and hatred leads to hurting others. Breaking free from this vicious cycle often demands an even greater sacrifice and time. Yuko, if you could stand at the beginning of all of this and look back at the choices you've made, is Chico forgiveness really what you're asking about? Suddenly, a bitter, self-mockingly laugh escapes Yuko's lips as she leans against a wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. I'm the one who can't forgive myself. I made a mistake and couldn't forgive myself for that, and everything afterward. It was all just a cover-up. I was just desperately trying to justify my actions. You're right. The more I tried to do something more about it, the more mistakes I made, desperately trying to make myself needed. What did that accomplish in the end? I was too weak, and I died there, dragged so many people down with me, and even hurt what little family I had left. If only I had time to grow. If only I had the power to change things.
Unfortunately, there have never been any what-ifs. She pulls a little Froggy from her chest and clutches it tightly to her hands, falling silent.
Do you like Froggy?
Sentimental moment! Lucia bends down and crouches beside her.
Yeah, I loved Froggy's stories even before I graduated.
She murmurs with her head lowered. Now this is the one thing that if Lucia sells it and tells it right, this will make Yuko have a change of heart.
Froggy wasn't good at anything. I wanted to find a four-leaf clover of wonder so that it could have a home, but it only ended up in one silly situation after another. But somehow it still managed to find something meaningful in all those failures and mishaps.
Oh, this is about to go crazy.
Reading those stories made me wonder, if only I could find something meaningful in my own failures, just like Froggy. Why bring this up all of a sudden? I really like Froggy as well, but I only recently found out that it has its own stories. Huh? So before that, you just liked it for its design? Sure does. You only recently found out it has stories. Which book did you read? The one where it started searching for a four-leaf clover to find happiness and a home. Ha! The first book. Does that story have an ending? Originally, there was one. In the end, Froggy still couldn't find a four-leaf clover nor the home that was supposed to come with it. But Froggy took the items gathered during the journey of failures to build a modest, run-down tent and planted ordinary 3-leaf clovers besides it. Oh, fuck, dude. This is some fucking crazy shit. Fuck. Oh, no fucking way, dude. This is, oh, God, so good. Even though they were just common clovers, Froggy tenderly nurtured and protected them until one day it found a 4-leaf clover among them. Froggy couldn't find a 4-leaf clover of wonder, but it ended up creating one instead. As Yuko speaks, she pulls out a Froggy-shaped voice recorder from her pocket. Dude, such a fucking good segment here. I am fucking hooked. I have a song here written for Froggy, though I only kept the instrumental track and lyrics. With a sniff, she holds back her tears and hands over the voice recorder in a solemn gesture. Fuck! Lucia, I would like to give this to you. To me? Yeah. You helped the people who were trapped here, and you shared a lot with me. Thank you. This song never had a chance to be released. It's a miracle itself that someone who loves Froggy gets to hear it. With this miracle, I wish for you and your most cherished one to be able to create your own 4-leaf clover of wonder. Thank you. God, dude, so fucking good. Oh, fuck! That's so good reading, man. Froggy he planted his own garden. He built his own tent from the ground up, knowing I don't need a 4-leaf clover. I'll build this shit my own, because where home's at is where I put it. I should be the one thanking you. She stands up with a wave goodbye and walks away.
Lucia.
Watching as Yuko's figure disappears into the distance, you softly call to Lucia. I'm here, Commandant.
The mercenaries are still in discussion. Want to take a walk over the observation bridge?
I will. What? Why are we saying I will? Just say sure. Stepping out of the infirmary, you walk into the observation bridge, basking in the moonlight sunlight. The streets below appear clean and orderly, showing no trace of the Red Tide's corruption. It seems the long night has finally passed. I really like this music. Oh! Wait, this is that? Yo! Oh! God damn, she looked good, bro. Lucia stretches slightly into the sunlight, then sits down on the edge of the observation bridge, turning back to look at you. Is there something you want to say?
The look on your face when you were talking to Yuko. Were you missing your home?
Yeah, a little bit. This is the golden age. I mean, they should still be alive.
Lucia.
I know I can't change the past. We have more important things to do and our own home to return to. And these words, I only say them when you ask. Lucia squints her eyes in the breeze, her gaze drifting far into the distance. Commandant, look. At the end of the leftmost street, there's an exit. It's the highest point around here, also quite far from the underground parking lot. Once everyone's gathered, we'll have them evacuate from there. Even if Cradle deploys the Red Tide, it'll still take some time to reach that location. With a smile, Lucia outlines the next step of the plan.
I will.
As we move out, we take the vanguard position, with the mercenaries covering the rear, keeping the employees protected in the middle. Commandant, could you provide range support in those in the rear? Just please stay within my sight.
No problem. It's indeed safer this way.
Lucia nods, letting out a soft sigh against the cold wind. From here on, it's going to be one battle after another.
Yeah. We can't let our guard down until we're home.
Oh shit, here we go.
Lucia. I have to ask. Are you hiding something from me?
Why do you say so?
Just a feeling, I guess.
It's nothing. Just some uncertainties. There's no point discussing them now. We'll only know once we're inside the Inverhedo Tower. In the end, she chooses to keep her thoughts to herself. And so, standing beside her, you also remain silent about the plans for when you enter the Inverhead Tower. This is gonna be insane. It's like Lucia said, it's a race. It's a race on who's gonna be able to initiate their plan first. Winter sunlight breaks through the thin clouds and the force fields enveloping Constellia, casting a radiant glow hue over the city. She reaches out as if to grab something in the wind before her, then lets out a soft sigh in its intangible nature. Time to go home, Commandant. It's time for you to go home.
Let's go home together.
Like countless times before, you reach out to Lucia and she responds with a smile, taking your hands in hers. Sure. Crazy, bro. Alright. What is this? We're 55%, 22. Oh, we're almost there. Hold on. We're right there. All right, hold on. Okay, so we're right there. We're going to do this, and then that'll take it to the end of the stream. Here we go. Oi! As soon as you return to the infirmary, the mercenary captain approaches. We've finished our discussion. Everyone trusts you and agrees with this operation. At the road outside of safe, we'll say we was to assist you. But, like you said, everyone's struggling to survive. Then we'll prioritize helping them first. All right, let's do it. Right. Then, I'll leave the big trouble here in your hands. If things go out of control, don't hesitate to call for backup. Yes, sir. It will be. Let's go. Most of them are already waiting on the second floor. I will. Why is she saying that? Lucia turns around and gives you a warm smile. Commandant?
Yeah, it's time.
God, I'm getting more anxious and terrified of the ending. My heart isn't ready to experience this all again. Is it that bad? The spirited crowd has come back alive, now eagerly discussing their upcoming plans with renewed vigor. As the construct and you step into view, the crowd falls silent into unison. Apart from the crowd at the far edge stands Chaos, fixing her gaze directly on you. Hey! God, bro! Holy shit! That is a determination of, we're getting this shit done. Just as your eyes are about to meet, Lucia steps between you, blocking both Chaos's gaze and the lurking hetero creatures from your view. She really don't want us getting near that. That very same step places Lucia right beside you as both of you now stand together before everyone. Everyone? The crowd falls silent into tense silence, hanging on to every word Lucia speaks. Form up behind me in the positions we planned. The hetero creatures are currently in the first floor lobby. Once the force field barrier is down, they'll rush right at us. I'll take point. While you handle any stragglers, avoid their fluid splashes at all costs. Even a single drop will cause unstoppable infection and could lead to amputation. This blade reminds me of like the very first blade in the very beginning of the story. Like the first 6 star, I believe. Oh no, it reminds me of the Sakura blade. Once you're out, stay away from all machines and regroup with the other humans. That's your only chance of survival. That's all. Any questions? A little good. Let's move out. Rose, disable the force field. Hidden in the shadows, the girl listens to the thunderous footsteps above while crimson butterflies dance around her string-playing hands. By deliberately containing the red tide, they've fallen right into my trap, thinking I've lost control over it. Oh yeah, she's 2 steps ahead of this shit. The Grand Plaza shall be the perfect stage for your mass funeral. She smiles at Lucia's strike blast through the inner doors as the exhibition hall, the shock wave carving a path through the sea of the hetero creatures all the way to the first floor stairs. The glimmer of hope vanishes as quickly as it appears. The remaining monsters surge toward the seal of the gap, causing the hetero creatures' formation to contract one by one. With an icy gaze, Cradle runs her fingers across the strings. In response, crimson butterflies soar over the monster's head, while the trembling strings echo with the lingering resonance. Through the carnage and scattered crimson, Lucia at the vanguard pierces through the chaos with her gaze fixed on the girl lurking in the shadows. It's time to end this, Cradle. Dazzling flame bursts forth, their radiance instantly dispersing the surrounding gloom. Oh boy. The heart vanishes from the girl's grasp as crimson butterflies gather and dissolve, coagulating into a new form, a blood-red scythe materializing with its blade gleaming. As the scythe takes form, Lucia has already closed in on Cradle, her powerful strike slicing through the air with a frenzied howl. The blade flashes, descending into a devastating overhead strike.
Kratos barely raises her eyes, and with just a curl of her finger, a flying Hero creature hurls itself at Lucia, its expendable body intercepting the fierce attack. 2, 3, and 4, like Kratos' call, every Hero creature marks Lucia as their prey, lunging desperately at this radiant beacon of light. Surrounded by Hero creatures, Lucia raises her other hand and firmly grabs her second blade. You're not taking another step forward. The light of the blades flashes, cutting through the encroaching prison of monsters. Serpentine dragons of soaring flames weave a violent dance, incinerating the grotesque enemies until nothing remains. Ah! Yo! I didn't know this was gonna be like you, dude. That's fucking tough. We're getting a shit ton. God damn, that really does wonders. Lucia deflects Kratos' strike with one blade as she swiftly eliminates the weakened Hero creature with her crimson blade. The fierce winds sends her flames ribbons fluttering. In a swirling blaze of light, her twin blades flash in a synchronized arc, shattering the ever-looming despair. The platinum radiance gleams brighter than the celestial dome above, its countless luminous faucets reflecting and interweaving. With this brilliance, Lucia stands out like a sun, casting light upon all in her path. No matter where you run, I will stop you. Oh, what's the point of this? Chico, over there, cover them while they evacuate. Copy that. Yuko also leaves the hiding spot, joining the crowd's escape. Though Lucia has drawn away most of the enemies, several staggerers still lurking at the edges, their eyes fixed on the crowd. As the mercenaries form a protective circle around the employees, herself included, their gunfire keeping the stray Hero creatures at bay, her thoughts suddenly drift back to Kratos. If only she had discovered the truth sooner, she would have never left Kratos. Would have never let Kratos help them fight off those mercenaries, and they would still be alive. If you still hate me after this, then I shall give you a chance to hurt me. Would she still hate Kratos if she saw Chico being killed? She surely would. Caught in the middle of the crowd, Yuko watches Chico as she maintains suppressing fire against the remaining monsters alongside the other mercenaries, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. In the end, she's still the one being protected. She thought things were different when working with Kratos, believing she could secretly offer food and protection to everyone. Only now that she realized the only folly of her actions, she was just only relying on others. In that moment, the ground suddenly trembles with a thunderous roar, like a beast awakening from its long slumber, the violent shaking scattering the evacuating crowd. Shit! Like an earthquake all of our times? Watch out! The ground is cracking! The red tide bursts forth from the ground, fissures surging outward in an instant. Hero creatures emerge from all directions, shaking off the tide from their bodies before charging toward the savage momentum. Those at the back of the group cry out in terror, their screams mixing with desperate footsteps as they run for their lives, afraid of being consumed by the crimson tide. Move forward! Watch your step! We'll cover you! Amidst the sharp report of mercenaries' gunfire, enemies fall one after another, momentarily quelling the panic in the crowd's hearts. Like a battle horn's call, the mercenaries fire in unison, holding back the Hero creature's onslaught. The stragglers leap across the fissures one by one as the red tide surges madly behind them. Another purchase comes running, her face contorted with pure terror. Behind them, a Hero creature gives relentless chase as the ground trembles once more, churning up the tide in its wake. Amid the chaos, the employee who has been hiding in the middle of the crowd suddenly buckles at the knees and collapses, reaching forward with desperate hands. Oh, fuck. With the Hero creature breathing down his neck, Chico grips her gun and with one hand and amidst the monster's roar, uses the other hand to pull the fallen person up before giving him a push forward. Keep running! Don't look back! As these words ring out, the mercenary captain fires several rapid shots, taking down the Hero creature in the front of Chico. Draw your flanks, fool! Taking advantage of this brief respite, Chico catches her breath and resumes directing the evacuation group. As the crowd gradually shifts from chaos to order, Chico takes position beside Yuko, standing guard at the group's flank. Chico, who has been focused on the broader situation until now, now turns to her sister. Recalling the recent event, she asks in a low voice, "Where's your gun?" "Still with me, but there's only one bullet left. Got any more for me?" "Forget it. You've never been trained to use a gun." Chico adjusts her shooting stance and reveals the dagger at her waist. "Take this. We'll make it out together." Chico falls into silence once more and focuses her back on guard in the flank. Sensing her sister's reluctant to speak, Yuko restrains the words she wishes to utter. "But I want to help you."
Yuko glances once more at the dagger in her hand and then at the gun she doesn't know how to use. She looks up at the battlefield. A few more Hedo creatures fall, but their armies continue to emerge from the tide in endless onslaught. In mere moments, the red tide erupts amid the earthquake. The crimson circle of death rapidly constricts, like a giant hand crushing at what little space remains from the survivors to escape. As the massive wave threatens to swallow the crowd whole, desperate screams erupt from the group. "They're fucking targeting at us! Ah!" An agile figure suddenly appears in front of the group. "That monster!" Chaos extends her hand, a force field unfolds, blocking most of the Hedo creatures while creating a temporary shelter against the encroaching red tide. "The youngster's ready to hide! Disable the enforcement behind us and let everyone retreat! I don't think she has a hand to spare! The moment we turn around, we'll get drowned!" The young man swings his baseball bat at the approaching Hedo creature's neck as if venting days of pent-up frustration. Then he grabs Darcy, who struggles to keep pace with the group due to her fur constitution, practically dragging her along by the arm. "Barley, slow down! Slow down! If we don't move now!" The whistling of bullets cuts his words short as mercenary captain takes down a struggling monster, throwing a sharp glance at the two. "Shut up and move!" Yet disasters are like holes that can't be plunged. No sooner is one crisis contained than terrified screams erupt from another direction. "Ah! Stay back!" The Hedo creature lunges at Mona, its deafened claws gleaming with murderous intent. Following behind Mona, Yuko freezes for a moment before springing into action. "Oh! Mona!" Yuko's body moves on instinct as she dashes forward and shoves Mona out of the way. The claws still come down, leaving horrified gashes across Yuko's leg. Ah! The pain, rather than bringing her down, only serves to tighten her grip on the dagger. With newfound courage surging through her, she drives her blade deep into the Hedo creature's neck. As fluid spatters at the monster collapses, delayed panic suddenly realizes Yuko being entire being. She falls back into the ground, too terrified to even pull her dagger free. "Yuko! I'm fine! I'm fine!" Her voice trembles as she grabs Mona's outstretched hand, attempting to rise. The wounds on her leg prove too much, causing her to collapse back down. "Yuko, what were you thinking? Now you can't even walk!" "It's okay. It's not that bad. I can just walk slowly." "What are you talking about? I'm not complaining about your walking speed." I know, but I'm just glad you're safe. After all, you're the one who found a job here and brought me along. Consider this my way of saying thank you." Mona lets out a sigh, saying no more words. She grabs Yuko again and with all of her strength pulls Yuko up from the ground. "I'll help you. We walk together." "Thank you, but..." The words reach her lips but come out as barely a mumble. "You should go ahead. I'll only slow you down with my pace." Alright." Mona glances at the departing group, loosens her grip and hurries to catch up with the grim. The moment she reunites with the group, the ground violently shakes again. The red tide surges forth, separating Yuko from everyone else. "Yuko! Don't wait! I'll wait for Lucy to help take me over. You all go ahead." It is her choice to make. Mona has no right to intervene. She watches as Yuko limps up the stairs, then turns to join the moving crowd. The never-ending red tide slowly devours the lowlands as the evacuating crowd seek refugees within a sanctuary produced by Chaos's under the mercenaries' protection. Rose pours every ounce of her strength into dismantling the force field. Despite the repeated tremors within Chaos Sanctuary, it manages to stabilize with each surge of the energy she unleashes. All eyes are fixed on Rose, hearts torn between utter despair and overflowing hope. Yuko catches sight of Chico in the crowd, who scans the sea of faces seemingly seeking her sister's presence among the throng. The mercenary captain pats Chico's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the encroaching foes before passing his last remaining bullets onto her hands, a silent passing of responsibility. Chico accepts it all without a word, shredding her role as a sister to once again become a protector. "Alright." A sudden whoosh through the air shadows the momentary peace. God damn, and she's like right there. Cradle, who has been trapped in the exhibition hall, now breaks through Lucia's blockade. "Looks like you're at the end of your rope again." She doesn't even spare another glance at Yuko on the stairs, her eyes fixed on the sea of people and the construct standing in her way. "One-on-one, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. But with all these people around, ensure their safety is sure to distract you." Lucia rushes with a fierce slash, cutting both Cradle's advance and her taunt in one swift motion. A slight smirk crosses Cradle's lips as she swings her scythe to meet Lucia's blade. Sparks explode from her violent collision. What exactly are you, Cradle? In her daze, she recalls the question she once asked. My name is Cradle. Who am I? It's a more difficult question to answer, but I think I lost my creator, and because of that, I've been searching for stories for other creators. It's not my mission, but just consider it a regret, or maybe a hobby. Cradle has shown her kindness before. When exactly did she start to change?
It's more like she's using that character as a vessel, similar to
Possession?
more like personality data conflict.
Two different personalities dwell within her body. The kindness Yuko felt back then wasn't a lie. Is there any way to bring back her original self?
It might be possible, but I don't know how exactly.
Oh, she's gonna sacrifice herself.
She turned your consciousness into something of those butterflies around her and willingly swallowed it. Maybe you mean something special to her?
Special? Me?
Yeah, she said she would give you a chance to hurt her.
That butterfly. Is it still there? Her murmurs are interrupted by shouts from behind. Turning around again, Yuko sees that the evacuating group has opened both the barrier and the disaster containment wall. The red tide surges forward another step, as if eager to drown everyone's hope, forcing people to scream and push their way out as death inches even closer.
Evacuate one by one. Those who can still fight, stay behind the cover. Everyone else, go to first.
Yuko! Her sister calls out to Yuko, finally noticing the inordinate red tide that separates them. Yuko! To Yoko's surprise, her sister, whom she views as capable of overcoming any challenges, stands frozen in place, unable to utter her name once more. Once again, she finds herself becoming burdened to Chico. Chico, you know what? Cradle told me that in the future, I'll still end up being a burden to you and everyone around you. Huh? Chico sees Yuko break into an inexplicable smile, but can't make out what she's saying. I've been thinking about what someone like me could possibly do, but no matter how much I rack my brain, I just can't find an answer. Across the distance, her words fail to reach the other side again. Speak up! I can't hear you! Yuko, hurry up and get to Lucy and bring you over here! We're running out of time! This exit needs to be stood right now! Half of the crowd has already pushed and shoved their way out, and Mona, after shouting her warning, squeezes through the narrow exit. Yuko! Answer me! How could she possibly answer? What words could she give? What words could her legs the strength to cross this uncrossable river? All she could do was gaze at Chico, listening as the sounds of combat between Cradle and Lucia draw closer and more frantic. Perfect! Since you've opened the barrier, I might as well take advantage of this chance. You're not getting past here. Oh, really? Then let me present you with the little trolley problem I've been planning for quite a while. Amidst Cradle's laughter, the long suppressed red tide and Hello creature suddenly burst forth, lunging at the Commandant who was providing support behind Lucia. Stop me, or stop the Hello creatures. If you choose me, my little soldiers might just run wild everywhere. As Lucia charges without hesitation toward the Commandant surrounded by the red tide and Hello creatures, the girl dashes past the red tide, making a beeline for the crowded exit. Chaos! Guarding the gate, Chaos hears the cry, but maintaining the force field has already drained her strength. She is in no condition to face Cradle head-on. Yet, seeing Chico hasn't evacuated, Chaos stands her ground, refusing to abandon her post. Watch out! The sight's blade crashes forcefully against Chaos's force field, tearing open wounds across the doll's fragile arms. Just one more strike and everything will crumble. Cradle! She screams at that body, one that would never answer her call. I remember now! How you killed me and what happened to me with the butterfly! That is nothing but a complete lie. How could someone with no connection to the Hetero Tower remember things from the before the time rewind? Yet Agent Zero hesitates in her attack upon hearing this false intel, turning around to look back with Cradle. I don't understand why the creator you spoke of made that choice at the end! With a smile, she raises the gun loaded with a lone bolt. Wow! Though unaware of how to wield it, there's one spot she knows she can't miss. Wow! Let the rotten wood burn! They actually showed that! That is fucking insane! Holy shit! Wow! Wow! That is insane!
Blood erupts like flames, blooming into a single winged red butterfly away from Yuko's loose hair. With countless words of worthlessness, wishes, and farewells left unsaid, she crumples heavily onto the ground and rolls into the red tide. Yuko! A familiar ringing emanates from the butterfly she had once swallowed, compelling Cradle to lower her hands. Run! Chico! The captain's firm grip seizes Chico by the collar, scoops up Rose, and forcefully pulls them both through the narrow exit. As the last person evacuates, the force field finally seals shut once more. Yuko! Before there's any time to confirm anything, Lucia carries you up and leaps into the air. Within the red tide, Cradle slowly approaches Yuko, pensively taking her into her arms. This is fucking insane. In the howling wind, Lucia's expression remains inscrutable, yet her grip noticeably tightens around you. Commandant! Regardless of the weight burdening her heart, she cannot look back on this one-way path. No one knows what emotion stirred within Yuko as she pulled the trigger. Was it because of that insoluble red tide? Was it to buy a few precious seconds against Cradle? Or was it because she learned what the future held? Or perhaps she had fallen into despair about her own life? Was it truly the right decision to tell Yuko about the future? Once she glimpsed into the changed future, the survivors would affirm without hesitation, yes, her death was the right choice. Many will survive that incident, and Chico's mind will not be damaged trying to save her. In the distant future, when Chico dies at Copperfield Aquarium, her hetero humanoid form will be able to process more intricate data thanks to her intact mind. Whoa, hold on now. This is huge. Okay. The world will mark this as a turning point, guiding humanity toward a more stable and prosperous future until one day they can safely venture into the cosmos. Yet, how much more rotten wood must we burn? How many heroes must die with regrets? And how many more righteous deaths must we endure before we can build a canal of wounds leading to the Sea of Stars? And we still gotta fight, which is fucking insane. We will not skip the stage. No! God! Dude, to skip the stage is usually right there. Why the fuck did they put it that? Do not skip the stage. Do not skip the stage. Talk to Lucia and decide what to do next. Lucia.
Commandant, I've already activated the access permissions. Just take the elevator down from the underground parking lot.
Her booboes were moving. That's crazy.
Stay close to me.
Right. Oh.
Did you even do that now? That connection has indeed weakened my authority. But she isn't ready yet. And your key is about to run out.
I can't even fucking... Oh, stay away from Cradle.
Immediately. We need to get to the hetero tower.
I'm chasing you! I'm not gonna do that! Ah, fuck it!
Let me go, Cradle!
No!
Guess we're ending it all with you.
wanted to see what would happen. Alright, we gotta go now. Alright. We're going. I'm sorry, Lucio. We gotta go. Whee! She is so far away. We are lapping her.
Have another day,
Oh, never mind.
shall we?
Stay in my sight, Commandant.
Bop! Bop! Punch, motherfucker! Ooh! Ooh!
I can keep going.
Wait, Lucia! How do I assist? How do I assist? How the fuck do I? Oh, she's good. Don't get too close to the edge, she will catch you. Really? Jump, motherfucker! Oh. Was she? Oh.
So you finally decided to show yourself. Chaos.
Chaos.
Commandant.
Thank you.
Well, let's see how much more you can take. This is my latest composition. Care to give it a listen?
Another header.
Oh!
You executed your plan too soon. It would take at least 10 more cycles of interference.
That is so sad we can't even
before
fucking do
I would
damage.
possibly lose my ability to resist.
Punch, motherfucker. Oh, she is still moving. We gotta go! We gotta go! Oh! What?
Let me go, Cradle.
Brother. I wouldn't even next her. How the fuck?
Guess we're ending it all with you.
I was calling like that while fighting too. Bro, that's so weird. I gotta like say way the fuck back. What? Okay.
Also part of your deal with Chaos? Commandant.
What? Don't look at me. You're just helping us.
My cue.
We'll talk about this later. Let's go.
In the end, the dying shepherd stumbles back into the sheep's pen, but is too weak to fend off the ever-present packs of wolves. Does that count as leading wolves to the house?
Oh, this is set up.
Commandant. Enter the code. Same number slash.
Oh no!
Can't remember, Commandant? The code is 973654.
973-654. Thank you, Lucia.
We're through. Let's go.
Succumb to my red tide. I'll preserve you. Forever.
Lucia.
Demas. Hayakasaki.
Oh shit! We gotta go. Ah! I'm fine. We need to go now. Chaos. Blink boost for Doom if she catches up. Wait, I didn't get that. Oh well. Okay, episode 21, The Search for Tomorrow. If only one of us is destined to find tomorrow, I hope it's you. Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, she caught me, okay. So I have to not get caught by her to be able to get that. That's alright, we don't need it. Taking advantage of Kratos' momentary pause, you step once again into the nightmarish shrouded elevator. No sooner do you enter the hidden floor than the red tide searches through the shadowy tunnel alongside its master. Even with the sharp decline of the Hetero creatures, Kratos, born from both red tide and Hetero tower, remains nearly invincible. Watching as the two figures struggle in the tunnel from the shadows, Chaos suppresses the urge to step in and help again.
You're growing weaker. Under no circumstances should you engage Agent Zero once more in your current state.
Every move is a gamble with her life. She must exercise caution.
You know what? I've never felt such joy before.
With a smile, Kratos effortlessly evades Lucia's lightning flash slash.
That key of yours is useless now, isn't it? Among the three of you, just taking out one would just be enough to crush Vonnegut's plan.
Once I lose the key, it will be difficult to keep Agent Zero away from the core. I won't be able to force her out of the Inverno Tower like before.
This isn't just about her life. When Vonnegut's plans fall apart, everyone will have to pay the price. The few remaining Hetero creatures charge at Lucia in unison. In the narrow tunnel, there's nowhere to dodge. In that split second of hesitation, their combined forces sends her reeling. If not for her thrusters or steadying just in time, she would have crashed straight into the red tide beside her.
It will serve. Severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits.
Chaos clearly understands what Vonnegut left unsaid. One more use of his gift means stepping straight into the abyss.
Now, who should I eat first? Lucia? I've never gotten the chance to finish you off completely. The terrain here works against you. Such a rare opportunity. You'll do nicely.
A new cage of spikes erupt from the ground, like demon claws rising from the abyss to drag their airborne prey back to Earth. The punishing crystals explode into the air, into an inserting trap, instantly blinding Lucia's joints in their grip. The crystals contract and compress, shackling the captain of Grey Raven until every possible movement is sealed away.
Bring it on!
Lucia! Deep in the shadows, Chaos clenches both fists.
Do you know why I chose clones to make the key?
Watching as her obstacle falls into a new predicament, Kratos calmly shifts her attention to a different target.
Let the rotten wood burn.
The only chance of survival, the only gamble, lies in the corruption Yuko left behind, a restraint that will last mere moments.
Just kidding. I'd rather kill the Commandant one more time.
If the gamble pays off, she will not die here. If it fails, she will be the only one who does. Stay calm, do not go out there. This is all part of the greater plan. No. There's no chance left, no chance at all. If anyone dies here, everything will be beyond saving.
Why do others have to sacrifice themselves to complete my consciousness?
Kratos raises her sight against the human who is about to reach the rift.
Why? Why am I the only one who can't do it?
A flash of red light plummets.
Commandant!
Yes? An arc of phosphorescent blue tags the fierce assault, dissolving the lethal strikes forced bit by bit. The doll raises a force field ahead, her hands trembling as countless wounds appear across her forearms. Watch out! Lucia finally shatters the punishing crystal, imprisoning her, and dashes over. Sounds nice. The girl swings her scythe upward, an arc of light blocking Lucia's path, yet its true target is Chaos, now too weak to parry the attack. Before your very eyes, the doll's severed limbs fly past, dissolving into myriad crimson sparks midair. The ghastly wound sends shivers down your spine, while the crystal facets mirror your stunned expression. The fading trails of light appear to weep away every remnant of Chaos's consciousness. The gamble was lost, and once again, she has to meet such a hasty end. Though she sees no one there, instead, a long-forgotten warmth emanates from behind as someone swiftly holds her shotted body in their arms. Chaos! In her daze, a brilliant white light blooms in Chaos's blued version. She hears Kratos' voice filled with displeasure, and then, now, let's go! In an instant, the rift swallows all three of them into darkness. The hollow echoes of running footsteps reverberates through the air. Though Kratos no longer pursues them, Chaos lies grievously wounded in her arm, in your arms. Her condition so severe that even direct contact barely causes any corrupting symptoms. In the fading of this shattered form, not only does Chaos' life wane, but the entire Inverhedo Tower crumbles along with her. Tremors shake the tower as the path beneath warps grotesquely, the surrounding structures threatening to collapse at any moment. Lucia leaps to your side, shattering the protruding crystal brick. Any progress?
She's still alive. The traps she set along the way overpower Kratos' attacks.
It's because of Yuko.
We must find Vonnegut first. He's the only one who can save Chaos.
Understood. I'll use the flight mode. Hold on to me tight, Commandant.
I will.
Looking down at Chaos in your arms, her body resembles a shattered proclaimed doll with a large piece missing. As if sensing the weakening connection that restrains Kratos, her kindred hetero creatures no longer held back, emerging from both sides of the red tide.
Hang in there! You have to make it, Chaos!
What? You know what's gonna be weird? Watch an Uno reverse card knowing like... Watch the Uno reverse happen is if she dies, next thing you know, all of that shit just comes to me, and next thing you know, I'm the quote-unquote vessel. That'd be fucking wild. Just a game theory, that'd be fucking wild. If she ends up dying and then like she dies in my hands, but like having her blood in my hands just ends up seeping into me, and next thing you know, it works, and Vonnegut gets his wish. The core trembles as its luminance flickers and shatters. Vonnegut's brow furrows as he places Chaos within a cluster of crystals that cradles her like a swaddling clothes. No matter how many times he softly calls out Chaos' name, she remains unresponsive.
Any progress?
Before Vonnegut can answer, unhurried footsteps echo from behind. The three of you turn around to face the young girl who has once again appeared. We meet again, Mr. Vonnegut! Her smiling eyes widen only to reveal nothing but coldness within. Perhaps I should call you a different name? What would you prefer, Professor Trout, Number 7, or Nemo?
You have recovered your memories, Agent Zero.
Indeed, all thanks to the memories you left to Chaos. But you still haven't answered my question. Well, all that is relevant now. With the key gone, you're at a loss. My child will soon be back in my arms. Why don't you drop your force field? Let me have a taste of the memories amassed by the lone man like yourself in your pitiful attempt to stay alive. Wouldn't it be much better to be remembered and harvested by me rather than fade into a complete oblivion? You're always so rude. In that case, countless hetero creatures emerge from the shadows behind the girl. Don't say I didn't warn you. Kratos takes a step forward, and with all hetero creatures surge forth at once. Countless fissures spread from beneath Kratos' feet, and menacing crimson light erupts through the splintering ground. The crimson blast shatters against the blue barrier, and clings to every crack like vicious mud. Surrounded by the tidal wave of enemies, Kratos channels with both hands, forcing the crimson power to tear a collapsing breach in the agent's steadfast shield.
Lucia!
Roger.
A decisive beam of white light plunges into the enemy swarm from above, unleashing a circular storm. Without hesitation, she delivers an aerial slash, shattering a harp in the girl's hands. Oh, this open terrain certainly works to your advantage. Kratos clicks her tongue with irritation, her gaze piercing past Lucia and through all obstacles to fix upon the human commandant protecting Chaos. The moment her gaze finds its target, Vonnegut instantly appears before you, raising his hand to block her piercing stare.
Vonnegut! Either find a way to wake up Chaos, or prepare to merge with her. We have no means to expel Agent Zero from the tower. It will end in an endless war of attrition here.
The agent glances at Chaos' broken form, and then he raises his hand, grasping an unfamiliar blade of golden light.
Tell your construct to cooperate. Given the situation, she doesn't need me to tell her.
Do you really think you can stop me without the key? A blade of golden light cuts through the air as Vonnegut strikes silences Kratos mid-sentence. He and Airborne Lucia align perfectly in a diagonal formation, their white and golden lights intertwining as they target Kratos in an intersecting point. Hovering in stillness, they hold their breath. The Crimson Head Tower waves continue to surge chaotically. In a flash, twin blades streak through the air. Countless blade shadow burst forth simultaneously, cutting off all of Kratos' escape routes one after another. The girl's form shatters under the combined assault, but all that remains is a continuous sneer. Vonnegut pauses, then in one fluid motion spins and swings his light blade, instantly cutting down the phantom that has materialized behind him. So he's got his powers. We know his power is force field, but I think his power is like light. Because I know you could like do some crazy shit with light. The dissipating crimson light spirals through the air, and a mere moment later, Kratos appears floating high above, composed and unhurried as she plucks another note from her harp. The berserk grows even more savage, while the surrounding hetero creatures within the red tide completely lose control under the harp's melody. A surging tempest threatens down every living being in the overwhelming storm. Thunderous crashes and piercing whistles slice through the air, interweaving and clashing as successive flashes of light illuminate the chaotic scene unfolding before your eyes. Even joining forces with Vonnegut isn't enough to suppress Kratos now. Chaos! Chaos! The shattered doll remains unresponsive, her hollow shell barely clinging to existence. This marks the last chance, but as Vonnegut warned, fighting here will only lead to an endless attrition. Without Agent Zero's successor, no one dares to kill Kratos here. What can you do? Is there any other choice besides merging with Chaos now? But even if you were to merge with Chaos, this human body of yours hasn't been properly prepared with the necessary medicine. Questions of despair and grief swell within you, their deafening echo make it hard to breathe. Looking up again, Kratos has broken through all obstacles, now just one step away from the Inver Head Tower's core. She raises her hand, the crimson force churning in response. No. That's the hope Lee left for everyone after going through countless hardship. What? I don't know what that meant, but okay. Stop! Lucia rushes forward, but the waves of hetero creatures block her path, bringing her down like a bird with broken wings. Vonnegut stands firm, launching countless yellow crystals straight at Kratos, only to watch them all disintegrate and shatter midway. We can't let her get to the core. Let corruption invade this era. His usual calm and composed agent lets out a roar of rage bordering on breakdown. Chaos! There is nowhere left to run. The Inver Head Tower strutters violently as crimson light erupts through the shattered brilliance, corrupting the azure glow in a mere instant. Lucia! The key! Beneath the fading azure light, the unstoppable girl finally reclaims her child. Finally. Move down that core! Copy that! What? In the moment of stillness, Lucia vanishes before everyone's eyes, her frame stealth function concealing her movements. Kratos immediately abandons the newly acquired core and dashes towards you, hoping to force Lucia out of hiding, only to slam straight into the force field. Tell her to keep going! A tidal wave of ringing floods your ears as the tower's walls tremble with violence once more. The tower's core emanates a blinding crimson light as thunderous roar shakens heaven and earth. The end has come, the crimson storm devours all in its path. The once blazing core, like a decaying giant, crumbles and melts under an unknown pressure, its flesh and skin dissolving inch by inch. How dare you? How dare you steal my child from me again? Kratos roars in fury and hurtles toward the disintegrating core as numerous haywire crimson tides scatter through the air. Very well, this will be your grave. The Head Tower convulses in unprecedented violence, tremors more intense than any ever felt before. The girl deflects Vonnegut's optimistic slash, the crimson trail quickly fading into nothing. Step back! His roar shadows into your ears, carried by a gust of wind. Just as you will your body to move forward, every function within you suddenly shatters apart. Kratos' side slices straight through your abdomen. With a twist of the blade, she pulls it free, followed by blood spraying through the air. Pain tears through your every nerve as the clash of the blades ring out from your noise once more. Commandant! Lucia breaks through the crimson light like a blood-battered blade, her flames blazing as she catches your falling body. Don't let me! Take her down first! Lucia had no time to respond, her blade aimed straight at Kratos in the distance. The Omega Core rages within her frame as all the punishing energy swirls in the air converges, transforming into power to be wielded by her. Nearby, Vonnegut raises his hand, stripping away every force field surrounding his body to seal off Kratos' movements and with all of his might. Think it through! Even if you destroy the core and kill me, you still can't eliminate the Agent Zero who draws power from the red tide, let alone you're the one to die too. Flames erupt violently, and the overwhelming blaze devours everything in an instant. This is fucking insane. What a fucking tough scene. You got Vonnegut, who's looking like Wells in Honkai Impact 3rd. You got Lucio, whose booty booping is showing. Crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. Oh, in much more detail. Fuck yeah. Absolutely fucking insane. Her unbridled rage, her lingering pain, and the hatred born of her scars, Lucia channels it all into a single strike. Stop it! As the shout rings out, an endless white devours everyone's vision. When two fight, the third wins. Yep. She, I think, who said, was it Chaos that said that? In that moment of absolute silence, the Agent in Black raises his arm and violently smashes Kratos' broken body deep into the rift. Immediately after, all the force fields still under his control instantly envelop the rift where the core has vanished. As the white light slowly converges black towards Origin, your vision clears to reveal Vonnegut standing before the rift, exerting all of his strength to uphold the force field. Also in the cinematic weave vows. Oh, okay, cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final episode, I believe, because I think this will take us to the final fourth of it, after completing 3122. Yeah, this is it. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pyroth of the Long Night. For this alone, I will not yield. What are you doing? Are you gonna stop me again?
That's what I should be asking. Killing Kratos here won't do us any good.
Vonnegut seems to harbor a deep primal fear of the torn space before him. With his back to the two of you, he focuses entirely on defending against the rift. His usual composed voice now trembles with barely contaminated grief and anger.
Grey Raven Commandant, the Hetero Tower's core is destroyed. Everything is about to go completely uncontrollable. The red tide is no longer under Kratos' control. While it won't come to her tool to attack other eras, it will continue to breed hetero creatures here endlessly. Those mindless monsters will simply roam the Hetero Tower, advancing into other eras through the same rift where you came from. I must concentrate all my power on upholding the force spheres here. The barrier containing all of Constellia is no longer sustainable. The red tide and the hetero creatures below will inevitably enter the Golden Age.
Clutching your abdomen where Kratos' blade has pierced, you fight to sit up and utter words only to be cut short by ensnaring pain. Lucia immediately applies pressure to wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding, but to little avail.
What about your ascendants? It's not a viable solution. Given the nature of the most ascendants, having them engage in repetitive tasks while being exposed to the Hetero Tower, capable of altering the past, will only lead to further complications. Merge with chaos. Becoming Agent Zero is the only way to stop all of this.
But you... The barrier before you consumes far less energy than the composing Constellia. Why are you struggling to maintain it?
Because...
Before he can finish his words, a luminous spike erupts from deep within the sealed rift. The razor-sharp spikes moved with lightning speed, tearing through the barrier after barrier with unstoppable force before piercing straight through the agent's body.
Vonnegut?
He neither answers nor cries out in pain from the grievous wound. That's when you know that is a bad motherfucker. With practiced ease, as if this was all too familiar with him, he reaches out and grabs the spike, impaling him with his bare hands, methodically breaking it down piece by piece. The deep wound on his unprotected back is left to slowly heal through punishing.
I don't think I need to explain anymore.
This is... Her questioning words are cut short as another spike comes through, thrusting toward him. Once again, Vonnegut's body is pierced through. He repeats his earlier motion, crushing the crimson energy piece by piece into nothingness. A new wound tears open beside his unhealed injury as punning healing capabilities continue to slow down.
This is the price that comes with the core's destruction. The core that Lee of your squad reversed didn't just control the Hetero Tower, it served as a defensive mechanism as well. Now, without the core, the corruption is once held back will flood here from another world. If this world were to bear two entirely different catastrophes at once, there would be no hope of recovery. Both your goal and mine would be equally meaningless.
A spike pierces through once more, opening yet another wound.
I'm the only one who understands what this is. This has to be me who stops it. It's all because the core is destroyed.
Despite your foresight, witnessing the events unfold before your eyes, the looming despair of Harold's weighing heavily on your soul.
Don't blame yourself, Grey Raven Commandant. If Agent Zero had taken the core, the outcome would have been the same, and I wouldn't even have the chance to defend against it. While the situation is dire, we still have avoided the worst case scenario, but now we must find a way to deal with both the red tide and the hetero creatures leaking into the golden age. Can we fix the hetero tower's core through time rewind?
Even with only one path remaining, you will never stop searching for alternatives.
Wait, the key!
Looking down, she discovers that the key, after absorbing the hetero tower's core, has transformed into an eerie cubic crystal.
That's the key with the core stored within it. Even if you try to rewind time with it, the hetero tower won't be affected. The hetero tower is like a long tunnel. With it, you can reach different points in time with an area through various exits. But now...
Spikes pierce into Vonnegut's body one after another, subjecting the engine to endless torment. This boy is just fucking, this dead ass sees it. Break it down. Here, talk, monologue. Here's it, boom, break it down, monologue again.
But now, the tunnel itself is damaged. You can't fix it through interference from outside the tunnel.
Even from a distance, both of you can see how these few words alone are draining what little strength he has left.
There's no turning back now. Only becoming Agent Zero can surpass the red tide and prevent the catastrophe you saw.
He takes a deep breath, trying to regain his usual composure through this motion.
Grey Raven Commandant, would you stand idly by and allow the red tide consuming Constellia to spread across the entire world? Once Agent Zero returns with the sea of red tide, she will instantly complete. Never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway.
Where did you send her?
The fog. Right behind this rift, there are many ways to enter it. The entire hetero tower is a danger zone. Without proper authority or a key, it's nearly impossible to return.
What exactly is the fog?
It's a zone of temporal chaos caused by corruption. According to... No. There's no time to explain. Agent Zero has the authority to return here. What I'm doing now is only a temporary solution. It's time to make your choice, Grey Raven Commandant! Don't you want to protect the future you've been fighting for?
Vonnegut's furious roar compels you to look up and survey the surroundings. Devastation continues to spread through the shadows, while now leaderless red tide flows toward the exit through the rift created by Agent Zero in the hetero tower. Soon enough, it will surge towards the defenseless Constellia, slaughtering the unprepared people of the Golden Age. Over 30 years since the punishing virus outbreak, countless have already fallen in the struggle. If the red tide joins the fray, how many will even survive? I like this scene. That is a tough scene.
You've been prepared for all this long, haven't you, Grey Raven Commandant?
Indeed, the two of you standing here have long understood that there would be no returning unscathed. Every one of these tragic, divergent futures stemmed from your present reality. If you run away now, everything you hold dear will fade into nothingness. You don't even know if your other self outside the Hetero Tower has already perished in these 30 years. What consequences await if you leave the tower now?
Alright.
Pressing against the bloody wound in your abdomen, you force yourself to sit up from Lucia's arm. If sacrificing is inevitable, then at least let it be yours to bear. Nah, Lucia's just gonna be like, nope!
I accept your proposal. Take me with you, Vaughn.
Before you can finish speaking, a pair of hands grab you firmly, nearly causing you to collapse to the ground. Whoa! Hold on, Lucia! Why are you grabbed down? You really grabbed me like that? Holy shit, she is pissed! Lucia can no longer contain her grief and fury, her entire body trembling as she clutches at your coat.
Lucia.
Her eyes dart between your eyes and the wound in your abdomen, her mouth opening and closing, yet unable to form a single word. She remains silent and you ask no questions, as if the two of you are having a conversation through this shared silence. And now comes the time to voice the conclusion.
All this time, I failed to protect you.
She eventually brings herself to say it.
At least let me take your place.
Though the dreams didn't fully reveal how Lucia came to this decision, you've long sensed it coming. Since you woke up, Lucia has been focused solely on evacuating everyone from Constellia and returning to the Inverhedo Tower. Neither of you has broached the finale, most crucial question: how exactly will you deal with the Inverhedo Tower? With the Hedo Tower? It's as if this part has been deliberately cut out from the meticulous plan, leaving behind a telling void that speaks volume in its silence.
You knew I would refuse, Lucia.
I know, but I'm not choosing to die, Commandant. There's a backup force field device at the rift exit, powerful enough to cover the entire underground hidden floor. The hidden floor is already hard enough to find, and given what's coming, no one will venture there anymore. As long as they keep watch over the device, the red tide won't appear ahead of time.
What are you talking about, Lucia?
This plan is worse than death itself. Nothing but pure torture.
You're planning to guard the rift from the very first day until the red tide shows up? But what's the point? Once the Hetero Tower appears, those rifts will still...
Your thoughts spiral back to that endless May 3rd once again. Once the Hetero Tower appears again, the rifts will multiply, bringing forth the red tide that will destroy everything.
At least this buys us time. Take the core and return to our era.
And then what? Leave you here to die from exhaustion?
That's not what matters!
Her voice grows more agitated as she stares at the wound still seeping from blood beneath your clothes.
As long as you can escape with the core, I'll stand guard until that very moment!
Do you have any idea how painful this will be?
The Omega Core
gives my frame infinite endurance. I can do this!
That's not what I'm talking about!
It's better than watching you leave!
Lucia!
You don't have a choice. This isn't up for discussion.
Lucia! Damn it!
Her grip on your coat slowly loosens, allowing you to lean back against the floor.
She is...
Lucia!
Just as she once checks for a pulse, Lucia now takes her hands in hers, gently pressing them against her cheeks. A final farewell filled with warmth and a detachment she cannot bear to break.
I can't just watch you die again. I'll do this even if it means defying your orders. And you won't be able to stop me, not in your injured state. Go back, Commandant. Return to your time. Return to those you love. You should be surrounded by them, living a long, happy life. This is the future I've always longed for. A peaceful world, and a world where you're there. Wait for me there. I won't keep you waiting long. I'll catch up to you soon enough. If it means keeping you alive, 30 years is nothing. I have no fear for whatever lies. 30 years. 30 years.
It sounds like a white lie told to comfort a child.
Will you really be able to come back? Whatever happens to me, your safe escape is all that matters. Taking on everything by yourself, that's just arrogance, Lucia. You're doing the same thing right now. We've all been alike, haven't we? Our thoughts, our decisions, the things we do for each other, they've always been alike. I won't compromise on this, and I won't even plead for your permission.
Her grip tightens, her resolve set. If met with another refusal, she is prepared to knock you unconscious, if necessary, to complete this task.
Then please, take this as my plea. If you're really going to do this, then at least one thing you have to do my way. Go ahead. You take the key. I refuse. Listen to me! If you really mean what you say, that you'll soon catch up to my time. For me, it'll be only a matter of minutes, or maybe a few days apart. Unless you're planning to leave and never return. Moreover, I cannot predict what lies behind the Hedoro Tower. If something goes wrong again, I cannot guarantee the safety of the key. One last thing. If the worst really happens, use the key to save yourself. Promise me, Lucia!
Lucia lowers her eyes, remembering the 9 endings she has seen and the final path she has chosen. Just as the visions have shown, the Hedoro Tower's core now lies destroyed, and she will stand guard by the rift for years to come. Yet none of those visions have shown what would happen if Lucia were to hold the key.
Do you really think the tea can save me? In my dreams, I have glimpsed someone using it to escape from the fog. Are you sure? Vonnegut let this information slip earlier as well. But asking Vonnegut now would be pointless. He'd never given honest answer since he wants you dead. I just can't. I can't let you leave like this!
When confronted with issues you refuse to compromise on, even your resolute voices sound strikingly alike. After a long moment of contemplation in the face of your unwavering resolve, Lucia eventually concedes a nod of agreement.
I get it now.
She gently puts you down from her arms, burying her bitterness deep inside as she composes herself once more. Lucia rises to her feet and puts away the key containing the core.
Damn! Lucia! Chaos promised me to send us back to the right area. You can do that too, right?
I can only guarantee that the bridge will assist you in going back to the moment you return to the Hedoro Tower. As for your commandant, that'll take some luck. Are you certain this plan of yours will work?
Of course. And with Commandant Silver's injuries, it's simply impossible to complete the fusion preparations you need, even if Commandant stays in the tower. Even with my approval, my mind fusion under these circumstances would be unstable. Do you really want to risk failing again?
Alright. I'll do my best to help you both. There's an invisible stairway near the exit on the core level. It'll make it invisible. I'll make it visible for you.
Commandant?
She bends down and takes out the froggy voice recorder, the gift from Yuko.
Hold on to this for me, and return it when we meet again. Sure. If you break the promise, Lucia, I will never forgive you. Of course. For you, it won't take too long. I'll come find you soon. Let me
let's help you send you out of the Hero Tower. With a forced bitter smile, she covers your eyes and speaks words that sound all too familiar. See you soon, Commandant. Oh, there's more? Oh, shit! Ladies and gentlemen, how did I do on that scene? Did I deliver? Did I deliver what you all were expecting? I'll let you guys type while I do this. Episode 23, transform into a butterfly. Having bid farewell to her most precious one, Lucia steps into the what will become her long imprisonment. You delivered with a 1,000 out of 10, brother. I enjoyed every second of it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That was a very powerful scene that I knew I had to deliver on, because that you gotta have that, and that's such a good one. Man, I'm so glad you guys like that. I swear, man, if you somehow don't have it as a vector, I'm gonna riot. Hey, you know what? I just gotta have some eyes on me. You know, all it takes is one video. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue on. Through glimpses of the future information, she sees herself standing before the rift. Among the 9 possible futures, she knows that this path will lead to the fewest losses. Even still, multiple possibilities await at the end of this path. She has seen a future where, after winning the battle, she and her commandant return to the correct era, with the core reuniting with everyone. She has also seen one where she fails to hold on for those 30 years, leaving the world in the complete chaos. And more often, she has seen herself returning to the Hero Tower, repeatedly battling Vonnegut, only to fall to his power. Did Commandant make it back safely? Did Commandant receive treatment? Was Commandant able to regroup with Liv and Lee without Kratos' interference? These questions remain unanswered, and this anxiety is bound to haunt her for a very long time to come. Should she fail to endure these atrocious 30 years, should she disappoint all those relying on her, how would she ever reconcile with herself? But what other choice is there? If no one restores this devastated past, the present, that person could return to who cease and exist entirely. She will take it as a gamble. And she and the Commandant have already found the path of least sacrifice through their journey. This alone is worth being grateful for. Lucia takes out the paper 4-leaf clover from her chest, gently caressing it in her palm as she prays for a miracle at the end of her long imprisonment. No matter what happens, Grey Raven will always reunite. She speaks these words to herself as she gazes at the paper clover. She needs to believe these words. She must believe that miracles are still possible. This is such a fucking hard scene. This is really a hard scene here. Ladies and gentlemen, this scene right here carries so much weight. It is so fucking good. Meanwhile, she steels herself for what's to come. No matter what, she must fulfill her final promise. Return the core to Commandant. Oh? Grey Raven Commandant had a long, strange dream witnessing Lucia's endless sacrifices and losses within. Lucia! Lucia!
This is the last line of defense. I have to hold this position and nip the red tide in the bud. So the tragedy at Puglia Forest Park
Oh, it's Puglia? Oh yeah, we are fighting. I forgot about this. Everything she's experienced and felt up to this point, not to mention the last confrontation with the commandant. True. True. Alright, here we go. Log in. Sunblade! Such a good fucking ult. That was such good, so fucking clean.
It's only been a few minutes. Just how many more years is it going to be until the Hetero Tower is finally here?
Lady, you got a long time.
Commandant, have you returned to the time you came from? Have you received proper treatment? It's alright. It's alright. I can get through this. This frame is going to get me through this.
Please close your eyes and look away from her. As long as you don't watch, her battle in the dreams lasts but a moment. But as long as you don't watch, her suffering cannot seep from dreams into reality. 20 years later.
How long has it been? 20 years? 30? My terminal is completely dead now.
So, tell me she's just been fighting for all this long?
I should have said that back then. I have to bring this up to Commandant when we see each other again. And then we're going to revisit all the places we've been together.
Son of a bitch.
The Grey Raven. Never.
We never fall. I want to say, she's just basically fighting for damn near 30 years this entire time, which is absolutely insane. Sunblade! Fuck, I'm fucking up that. Oh, I meant to do the other one. How did that hit me? Hey! Oh, we got a new one. What the hell? There we go, that's what I wanted. Son of a bitch!
I miss you. I miss you so much.
Wake up and don't watch as time tears her apart. Wake up and let this torment end, even if only in dreams. I hope we show up. Lucia! 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 You're alive. Oh, son of a bitch, they damn bamboozled me! Oh, she was dreaming. That's what it was. She was dreaming. Alright, time for another round. Gives me more time to learn some moveset more, so I'm okay with this. such a fucking crazy scene. Sunblade! I don't know why I just like saying that. Holy shit, we're getting cooked. Oh, not anymore. Y'all about to get... "43 in a dream! 43 in a dream! Sunblade! Holy shit, 26 health. We gotta make it work. Sunblade!
Put this to an end.
Hell yeah! We made it! We made it! We made it! Such a good scene. Oh, the fog? Interesting. Ooh, like the sound effects. Really like the sound effects right now. Oh, is she just in an endless loop now? Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! Son of a bitch! God damn it, she's calling out for us, bruh. Really like how there's no sound effects now. It's really just... The end of the dream is engulfed by an endless white fog. Time seems to fade away. All the sound ceases to exist. Everything disappears, dissolving into the true domain of the fog. Her decision is parting because scissors that, over the unending passage of time, ruthlessly sever all that could be shipped away from her, yet particularly sparing her life alone. She remains alive, nothing more than alive. Oh, God damn, that was loud. The buzzing key in her hand serves as a reminder. She still has her life left to lose. Really, really, really good little episode. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the final stretch here. We're on Vonnegut now. So we go from 24 to 30, so about 6 episodes, I think. So we'll be able to get to, hopefully this done. We'll be able to get it done for sure tomorrow. And then after that, we do wedding coding. And then after that, DMC coding or DMC story. And then we go back to our regular scheduled program. So that's really good. So, okay, let me get this straight. At the end, does she end up just, is she still stuck there, or does she decide to, call it a day and go to the afterlife? That's what I want to know. I'll let you guys talk or text. See it? What do you mean? Like, I know she has the cube and then she can quote unquote escape. But I don't think, we don't even know. Oh, read? I have to read this one? Sharing countless in the sacrifice. Not really escape. Okay. Good to know. All right. Billy Program has spoken free of the chains of time. Well, I'm not going to read that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have made some pretty good headway. It's 11 o'clock now. Jesus. Okay. As much as I would like to continue going on, we're going to end it here because, one, I got to get up early in the morning for work. Two, my voice is shot. And I want to save it for tomorrow. So we've got 7 chapters, I think, left that we have to do. So I guess Lucia has the cube. Whether she makes it out or not, yet to be seen. We're gonna see Vonnegut's. I'm assuming we're gonna see Vonnegut's side of the story, which would be interesting. And then we also escaped. We don't know what happened to Cradle. We blew up the core, but we took it back. We also maybe quote unquote lost Cradle. Not entirely sure. And I believe that's everything that I can think of. So, yeah. Really good chapter. I enjoyed the hell out of that one. That was a really good part 3. We are now on the final ends of chapter 31. We should, like I said, we're going to get it done tomorrow. We are, I think, 77%. Yeah, we're on the home stretch now. Make sure you get plenty of rest, my brother. Find out next time on the Punishing Gray Raven. I guess we'll find out. We'll find out this chapter, this next time, the next go around tomorrow. I am literally not going to be talking at all tomorrow when I'm at work. I'm just going to be doing my shit. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to get on out of here. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for watching. You did not have to be here tonight or today or in the morning to be here and watch this time because I know time is very precious. And you guys decided to spend that watching me, and I'm super grateful for that. So, I thank you all so much. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, we continue and finish Chapter 31, Shapers Ripples, what happened with Lucia, and what does this story end up being? Until then, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm out. Peace!